Well, hello. Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time of day it is. Hello, welcome, my dear sweet horties. It is time. It is time for the dragon stream to begin. What's up? Hello! So many people in today. Hello, Gayfesh. What's up, Max? There's Mersh. Hello, Jimmy Nails. Laps Hungry Bears. Drums. Mama Mephistopheles. Hello. Oh my goodness. And there's plenty of people over in the YouTube chat today. We got Allie, there's Dendrite, In League with Satan, says, Hi Lux, I hope you're doing well. Excited to hear this Vaush fan debate, but I might opt out if it gets too triggering for me. I don't know how it's gonna go, because I was like, oh, I see that Vaush is streaming about this. I should go hang out in the chat for a little while last night, and then right as I got in, he was like finishing up the segment, so I have no idea. Happy International Palace Cat Day. Yeah, I saw the picture that you shared in the channels on the Discord. There is a Discord, and we have one, and sometimes people post pictures in there. I can't remember which part of the channels that it was in, so I don't know if I'll be able to find it now that the ping is gone. Rip. Anyway, and yes, Paul Hack and Aaron and Lauren over in the YouTube chat. Rudy, hello. Nikki, yes. Rory, Soy Boy. And Speedy Shimeji says, sadly, I can't listen in this time, but I hope you have fun. Yeah, we're gonna have a good time. Fluffy sharing, is that where it was? Oh my god, I can't see. Oh, it was sharing links, not pictures, as I thought it was. What is going on here? Okay, yes, here. Palace Cat. It's International Palace Cat Day. They have thick fur, big ears, and grumpy expressions. Of the 37 wildcat species in the world, 28 are small in size, weighing less than 50 pounds. What a cutie. He looks so... Yeah, wow. I feel like that nose is so tiny on that face. That's like the thing that strikes me the most about this image right now, actually. Is look at how tiny his nose. Look at how itty bitty. That doesn't look real. That looks photoshopped. Ridiculous. Absolutely absurd. Okay, I'm gonna do a little bit of coordination with Trans Cat Dad real quick. Okay, cool. So we are going to be talking to a trans man who lives in Missouri today. Because, yeah, I love my little keyboard. It makes such wonderful sounds. So yeah, today there's, oh god, there's so much news. Listen, you don't even understand. You don't even understand, guys. You don't understand. You don't understand. Do you see that right there? That's all the news that we could talk about today. That's all of it. And there's probably more, but that's so much news. You don't have any idea. Oh my god, that was not what I meant to do. This is what I meant to do. Like, there's so much today. And even without that, we are also going to be doing like an hour-long conversation with Trans Cat Dad, who lives in Missouri, and, you know, I think he, him pronouns. I'll have to double check when they come on the stream. But, yeah, so that's like, we're going to just discuss, you know, what's going on over there, kind of get a feel for what it's like for folks who live there and shit. So, yeah, I mean, it's just going to be, it's going to be a little bit of a conversation, and we'll see how it goes. I'm enthusiastic about the prospect of having people on stream, because I don't do that very often. Excuse me. Slaps Hungry Bears, very excited about all of the news today. Like, holy shit. I thought there was just some more news, but that's even more news. I know. I'm gonna have to tell Cody Johnston that we need to license the phrase that we use all the time. Any hoozle. Hello, Cans and Capybara. I'm listening in, but my hands might be too busy working not to be a lurker. No worries. We appreciate the lurkers. If you're coming in and you're hanging out and you're enjoying it, hit the like button on the stream because it's quick and it's easy and it's free and it helps the stream immediately. We usually... Whoa. I hate when that does that. We usually hang out for like the first hour or so on stream and we just kind of try to vibe and we try to chill a little bit because listen, all of this news, like most of this news, bad news. Most of it, bad news. See this? Okay, so Vaush fan debates Matt Walsh. Yeah, that's a good news. The WPATH issues a statement about all the anti-trans laws. That's bad news. Info about child marriage. That's bad news. Marjorie Taylor Greene calls Dylan Mulvaney a pedophile. That's pretty funny, but still bad news. Zoe Zephyr. Bad news. Senator's home vandalized. That's pretty funny. Kidnapping trans kids in Florida. Bad news. It's a lot of bad news, y'all. So we're just gonna do our best. And we might not cover everything, right? What's up, Shade? Had to jump on my phone. Yeah, whatever it takes. You absolutely, whatever you have to do, you are required to be here by law. That's going to be, from now on, just it doesn't even matter where you all live. It's mandated by law. It's international law. You're required to be here. You're required to hit the like button. You're not required to donate because the show is free, but your donos are appreciated because I owe a fuck ton of money in taxes. I think that I am going to actually have to do a GoFundMe because I need to pay it off within a certain amount of time, you know? Like you promise to pay your taxes within a certain amount of time. And I need to be able to put money toward taxes for next year. So I am hoping to be able to like, A, earn more money in general through donos, and B, probably do a little bit of a, can you give me a non-taxable gift donation on GoFundMe, please, to help me pay off my taxes in a certain window. So anyway, those are fun things to deal with in April. Luxander law is the best law. Yes, Ramya. Honey Buns, thank you so much for the $10 dono. First dono of the stream today. Hearts, sending all the vibes. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's super kind. And I will update the goal thingy. Now look at that. That's number go up. Brr. We love that. My house is almost halfway packed now. I'm close to starting a job search now. Nice, Shade. I hope that your health is not suffering too much in the meantime over there in Ohio. Like the news cycle, like, you know, they kind of, the news cycle goes, and no one's really talking about the, like, train derailment in Ohio anymore, but it's still a toxic waste. Does GFM take a fee? GFM does take a fee. I'm not sure how big the fee is. Your direct donations to me also have a little bit of a fee off of PayPal, but the biggest difference between GoFundMe and regular donations is that GoFundMe donations are non-taxable and they don't count toward my income, which means that I won't owe even more taxes next year. So that's one of the reasons why GoFundMe is preferable in these like moments where you need like a chunk of money at one time, you know, and it's like also for you know, food stamps purposes. If I got like $1,000 worth of donations through my job, then that's like enough money that it might throw me off food stamps. Or if it's like a one-time thing through GoFundMe, that's non-taxable income. So, you know, these are the things that you have to deal with. Did you like any of the stun gun ideas I sent you? I like the stun gun that's like also a flashlight. But I found out that you have to have a concealed carry license for a taser in Kansas. So in Kansas, it used to be that you needed, GoFundMe is considered a personal gift, rather than like income through my job and my website. You used to need a concealed carry license. I could open carry a taser, but like open carry means it has to be like super visible on your body somewhere, and you couldn't put it like in your pocket or in your purse, like, you know, like that's a concealed carry. So in Kansas, it used to be that you needed a concealed carry license for guns and tasers. And now they recently changed the law about concealed carry for guns, and you don't need a license to do that. But they did not change, like, they did not include a provision about changing the rules for tasers. So it's like $150 to get a concealed carry license. So it's like, oh, okay, well, so even to get a taser, I would have to spend not only the money on the taser, but the money on a concealed carry license. So I have, I have my pepper spray. It's like, that's all I got. I got pepper spray. That's what I'm going to stick with, I guess. I only found one channel on YouTube talking about it for 2 minutes after nobody saying anything for over a week. Yeah, the Ohio thing. I haven't, I mean, it's the news just like keeps going, right? I mean, we have so much news to talk about today. It keeps coming all the time. So it's like, yeah, nobody's really talking about the train derailment when we have like more new shit constantly happening. I've been rewatching Breaking Bad, and it struck me how prescient it was that Walt Jr. made a site to elicit donations for Walt's surgery. It would be a GoFundMe if it were made today. That is really funny. It sucks that they didn't get enough money on it, though. 5-minute news cycle. Something is a story for a blink, but the damage is still there. Absolutely. I mean, we still, like, it, like, really stacks on you, too. You know, human tragedy after human tragedy. And yeah, I mean, like, you can't keep it all in mind at the same time, but you just end up swapping out, like, one set of bad things with another set of bad things. Like, climate change is kind of ever present, but I don't think about it directly all that much, because I think even on the smaller scale of, like, the human time scale, we are facing more dangerous issues in the short term, and that's just like consuming a lot of my attention, which obviously isn't great. But and then like I still do what I can in my personal kind of way to reduce my own carbon emissions and shit like that. But like, yeah, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do about the environment when like I can't even prevent like my brother's health care from being taken away from him because he's trans? You know what I mean? Taser plus fleshlight when? You know, I'm sure that's somebody's kink. I think about climate change plenty. It's kind of noticeable with my job. I mean, yeah, when I am, outside during the summer and I notice that the air is particularly hazy. Like, I don't live in a place where there's smog. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And then I Google it, and it's like, oh yeah, there's wildfires in California right now. And the way that weather moves across the country, like, I live in Kansas, so when there's a wildfire in fucking California, the smoke literally travels hundreds of miles and makes the air hazy in Kansas. And so many more allergens. I haven't been having a terrible allergy season start here, but, like, it definitely is noticeable. The T in CBT stands for taser. Cock and ball taser. True. Dust Bowl flashbacks. Right. We have a lot of trees here right now. Like, way more trees than we used to, which makes a big difference. However, it is so fucking windy in the Midwest this year. Like, it's so windy, and it has been for a couple years now. Cognitive behavioral taser, true. Oh my goodness. It heckin' windy. Hello, Emma. It fucking windy. Like, it's loud sometimes how windy it gets. The wind is why I don't want to move to Illinois. Yeah. What's up, Trans Cat Dad? Hello, welcome in. Oh yeah, you gotta get a special color, because we do fun colors here. Oh yeah, here we go. There we go. Now you're orange. Yes. Yeah, we always on my stream, we come in for an hour and we like hang out and just kind of chill and vibe, and then at about the 1 hour mark, we start kind of talking about the serious stuff. So I usually start at noon on Sundays. So at about 1 p.m., I was planning on having Trans Cat Dad come on and talk about what's going on over in Missouri, etc., etc. And then we have like 8 million other news things that we could talk about after. So we'll see. It might be a long stream today. I might crash and get tired at like 3 p.m. We'll see what happens. Probably will have to leave by the end of the hour because I got work presentation today. Ooh, Violet, good luck on your work presentation. For sure. Chat is fucking zooming right now. I went to Chicago for a weekend a couple summers ago, and at the end of the week, I was like, man, this place is windy as fuck. What the hell? And then I realized that's probably why they call it the Windy City. Yeah. True. Yeah, I've been to Chicago before in January, and it sucked weather-wise. It was not a fun time. And like, I think I've realized that I think wind is one of the worst weather conditions. Like, wind is such an offensive sensory experience that you just have no control over, and like there's nothing you can do to stop it. If you try to stop the wind, like if you have a parasol and you're like, I would like to block the wind slightly, suddenly you're increasing the forces of the wind acting upon you by increasing your surface area, and it's just like really upsetting to me for some reason. Like I really fucking hate wind. It's really annoying. If you're interested in a small derringer instead, what is a derringer? Oh, it's a tiny handgun. No, I'm good. I don't want a tiny handgun. That's cute though. You've just got to become one with the wind. Take it from an airbender. I'm like earth and water, not so much air. I'm not a pacifist. I am not good at just letting things go. Like I'm not an airbender. No. Earthbender, maybe waterbender, mostly earthbender, I think. And so I mean that's what the thing is. We're opposites. I'm the opposite of air. I am an earth, and I'm just nope. Airbenders are not pacifists. They just don't attack. Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting point. Well, I think that pacifism doesn't mean zero violence. Pacifism means zero unjustified violence, if I am not wrong. Like, violence in the name of self-defense is justifiable by pacifists. It's, it's just that, like, it's really hard to justify self-defense in terms of, like, the military. Because it's not so much self-defense as it is, like, attack, counterattack. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, I'm definitely a lava bender type or metal bender because I got a soldering gun. Ain't gotta get because I got a soldering gun. We love Weird Al Yankovic here. More of a water gal myself. Currently feeling like when Katara does blood bending. Sheiks are pacifists and often do military service. Don't ask me how it works. It's weird. Oh, no. I have never heard that before. I love the earthbender conversation. The earthbender, what bender are you conversation. Like, it's good. A lot of pacifists believe in not even using self-defense. Okay, yeah, I mean, I think that's dumb of them, a Nazi. Depends on who you talk to. I knew some Quaker pacifists when I went to Christian college. They were absolutist on no violence. Yeah, I guess it depends on who you talk to. But, like, that's to say, like, it's not a one-size-fits-all. And, like, I know people who are pacifists who will use, like, even a tiny amount of retaliatory violence in order to, like, stop someone from doing a violence toward them, you know? Violent protests to end slavery, for instance, is still self-defense. Agreed. It isn't ideal compared to de-escalation, though. I think violence can also include stuff like closed borders and homelessness. what violence is depends on if the violence feeds their political needs. Right. There's there's a whole question of like, what even is the definition of violence? Who even decides what the definition of violence is? Why is it that when police, beat people up at a protest, that's generally not considered, or it's not called violence by the powers that be? That's like one of the questions that Abigail posed in Philosophy Tube video. But like, yeah, like simply blocking a road can be portrayed as like a violent action that's harming people. You could carry one of those electric batons, like from the Markiplier video. Yeah, so Mersh, I saw that video when it came out. Yeah, it's been a while since I've watched it. I saw that you sent it, and I was like, oh yeah, classic. Unis Honest ended a couple years ago, and Markiplier tested a bunch of self-defense objects from Amazon in the aftermath of it was, to me at the time, I was like, clearly Mark doesn't know what to do with himself after this huge project came to an end, Yeah, true. Mama Mephistopheles points out, remember, every kind of bender got radicalized to fight the fascism. A starving person outside a full grocery store is violence. Agreed. Yeah, I really wish that the state didn't have a monopoly on violence and like also a monopoly on the defining of what violence is. And like the fact that people are convinced by that, that people think that any action the police take is justified, and like that people don't think that like eviction is violence. I was looking at something on Twitter earlier. I think this was like what I did right before I went to bed last night, was I was replying to randos on Twitter. I do this occasionally, and it's not healthy for me, but it happens occasionally. So a staff member at Houghton University was fired for having pronouns in their email signature. So I guess this is like a private religious college, and this person, whose name is Reagan Zelaya. So Reagan, I don't know if that's a man or a woman name. I'm going to go ahead and say I don't know what that is. But yeah, they were. So here's the extent of it. Like, you are being relieved of your duties effective immediately. Your email and network access are terminated immediately. All keys other than to your personal apartment and the university property, such as the laptop, credit card, etc., must be turned in to someone immediately. You may not use any institutional social media account you may have access to. All remaining salary will be paid this day. Health insurance ends this day. You will vacate your apartment by the end of the day on May 19th. Your presence on campus should be limited to your apartment to get your mail and to get meals in the dining hall on a to-go basis only. If you wish to be in any other parts of campus, permission must be received from this person. So, like, this person lives on college campus and I think is, like, a teacher. And so, like, they're living on this private area, and, like, someone in the comments was like, good, I'm glad. And I'm like, so you think that the correct response to having pronouns in your bio when you don't have a clearly male or female name in your email, like, it's like, I wouldn't know, talking to Reagan, whether they're male or female or non-binary or whatever, like, and like homelessness is the response to that. Like, you're going to lose your job and we're kicking you out of your home. And there are people who think that that is like a realistic thing. I don't think people understand what they're saying. I like, people just don't get how homelessness is a death sentence in some cases. It's, you're putting people at risk of dying of exposure, of like not having access to food. Like, the gravity of that, it just seems like it's lost on people. Yeah, not like anybody at a university would eschew titles like Mr., Miss, Mrs., and instead use doctor or professor, right? Oh, man. Yeah, no shit, tea leaves. Like, it's like terrifying. It's frightening. Everything legal is done under the threat of violence if you do not cooperate. Yeah. Yeah, you use pronouns get fired. Literally, it's crazy to me. But not unexpected. Everything has been getting worse for a long time. We've been watching it happen. I've been calling it genocide for like 10 months now. However long it's been. I can't remember when exactly the genocide video came out. But like the 10 steps of genocide video that I made. Homelessness is insane to me. I'm terrified of it. Thankfully, my mom would never let me sleep on the street, but not everyone is that lucky. Right. I think if I got seriously ill and I couldn't work for like 3 weeks, that would be enough to put me in a precarious situation. Like, because I don't have very much savings. Oh, and I did have savings, but so I owe like my partner and I together owe like $2,000 to the federal government. And then we also owed like $600 to the state government. So I bottomed out my savings in order to pay the state tax because there's no like option to pay over time on the state tax. So I bottomed out my savings and now I'm like trying to figure out how to pay my half, more than half. Because I'm like the reason why we owe so much tax last year because I didn't pay any tax for such a big part of the year. And like being self-employed and everything. So I owe like more than $1,000 on my federal taxes. And I have to have that paid in like 6 months. And I don't know if I'm like, that's going to be all of my savings every month unless I do a GoFundMe or something, you know, like it's crazy. So like I'm realistically in a situation where I could be close to, homelessness or like being forced to move back in with my partner even though we don't know what we're actually going to do about that, you know, like that would suck. Hello, possibly Neil. Welcome to the website. Yeah, if you're hanging out on the YouTube page, first of all, hit the like button, please. Pretty please. It's free. It's quick. And then second of all, if you want to, this is a website chat. This is my website, luxander.net. And you could come over here by clicking the top link in the description if you wanted to. Halfling Rogue and I were homeless, lived in a hotel for a while. It was fucking nuts. We're still trying to get stuff out of storage, and I'm so paranoid about people I meet in hallways and shit. Yeah, it's definitely scary. You don't want to be in that situation where you're not sure where you're going to sleep that night, you know? I'm very sure that normies won't call it a genocide until we're literally in camps, and even then we'd have to be being systematically executed there. The internment camps in the U.S. aren't recognized as a genocide by many in the U.S. because they, quote, weren't executing them. I honestly am seeing way more people calling it trans genocide. Like, I'm on Reddit more than I used to be, right? Because I'm off Twitter. Like, I deleted Twitter from my phone so that that's not the first thing I do in the morning. So instead, I'm on Reddit usually in the morning because it's like a different mixture of stuff. The algorithm just works differently, you know? And it's interesting because you are starting to see more of this discussion happening outside of the trans-specific subs. Like, people are talking about trans genocide in subs that are kind of unrelated. And so that's, to me, encouraging. Obviously, it's still the internet. Obviously, it's still Reddit. But if it's leaking into other places on the internet, then maybe that's going to reflect like a in real world kind of shift. A lot of libs are waking up to this shit. I'm glad, but I'm worried it's going to be too little too late. It might well be, which is why I'm still making my plans. Still making my plans to try to get the fuck out of here, you know? Gonna have to have some difficult conversations with my partner about whether or not like leaving the country is something that we're gonna be willing and able to do. Even my dad, who was originally anti-trans, is starting to wake up to the ashes. The mask is coming off hard for better and mostly worse. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're going full mask off. They're usurping democracy in a way that libs are very sensitive to. So, fingers crossed. We'll watch the VOD later, hopefully. Yes, so the VODs are all going public immediately after the streams now. I am going to be slowly releasing the previous streams. But yes, if you don't come and like see the whole stream today, no worries. The VODs are live on the channel afterwards. So welcome to the internet. Put your cares aside. Here's a tip for straining pasta. Here's a 9-year-old who died. What a great place. My father lives in Tennessee, and I don't feel comfy visiting right now, and I don't know if he'll understand that. I came out to him last year, and he's supportive but ignorant. I mean, maybe that's part of what will help him understand. If you're like, listen, the law says that I can't be in public because I am cross-dressing, quote unquote, and like you could even play on that. Like, you know that I would never hurt a child, but the way that people are talking about me, like, I could be just randomly killed by some person who thinks that I'm a pedophile because I'm clearly like a visible trans person or whatever, you know? I think that might help people sort of recognize. And like if you show people the pictures of the Proud Boys and stuff in, you know, the various protests in Ohio and shit like that. Some guy wagered $10,000 to me that the pedophile death sentence won't be used for trans people. I hope I don't win this money. Right. In Florida, you mean? Yeah. Icarus, the one where they were trying to expand the death penalty for child sex offenders in Florida. Oh, 10K euro. Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, excuse me. Here in Idaho, for the longest time, if you were on felony probation or parole, you couldn't be trans. They considered it cross-dressing. Do you mean, like, they considered it, like, trying to duplicitously get out of your probation by pretending to be someone else when you're in public? Like, that's interesting. Euros and dollars are roughly equivalent. Yeah, I saw that recently, that they're not too far off. It was really fucky for a minute, but they're getting closer to being the same price. No, they considered it cross-dressing. Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out why cross-dressing was not allowed specifically for people on probation or parole. Like, what justification would they have had? Yeah. Like, so I'm guessing that it's because they could pretend that it's like, oh, you're pretending to be another person. Because that was the original sort of anti-trans sentiment in the Weimar Republic, like, was that identifying people based on gender was primarily based on clothing at the time, like cross-dressing in the sense that, like, women didn't wear pants or whatever, like, so you could easily distinguish people by the way that they dressed, and, like, people were on the lookout for spies and things like this. So if you were discovered to be trans or cross-dressing or whatever, transvestite, however they would have said it at the time, it was like initially a concern of security because they thought that you were a spy pretending to be a different person, which is why there's like stigma around like duplicitousness and like trickery. Like that's like could be part of the reason why there's this fundamental thing about transphobia where it's like you're trying to trick people into calling you something that you're not and agreeing whatever da-da-da, like, you know what I mean? Cross-dressing has been classified as a crime in and of itself, so that probably would just be considered violating your probation or whatever. Yeah, well, I'm not sure if it was during a time where it was illegal to cross-dress otherwise, because Anansi is making it sound like specifically being on probation or parole. I would love it if there was like a protest of some kind where folks dressed up like the upper class aristocracy in the OG America time, you know, like put on those powdered wigs and those fancy little high heels and those super tight tights, and then go protest Ben Shapiro or whoever. Like there was, was it Ben Shapiro recently who said something about how you needed to dress according to the traditional masculine and feminine clothing, like that we should, you know, like legally enforced that you should dress in the traditional form of clothing. So yeah, why wouldn't you dress however you would have dressed in like early America? Seems like society is trying to regulate women more too. Doesn't make sense, but controlling reproduction is a big thing in the US now. I saw also that I think last year, I recall seeing some like women getting arrested for wearing short shorts in fucking Alabama or whatever, like somewhere where it's absurdly hot during the summer, and like wearing a spaghetti strap tank top and short shorts. Like some woman got arrested for, indecent exposure, basically. Like, I don't know how you would, I can't remember exactly what the charge was, but it seemed like there was maybe some evidence of that happening. I'm gonna wear flowery perfume, high heels, and a kilt like a real man. I'm thinking even further back, like tunics and togas for everyone. Well, I'm specifically saying we should go with the early America aristocratic dress code because of how fucking gay it is. You know what I mean? Like, it's really fucking fruity the way that they used to dress, with the powdered wigs and the red cheeks and the tights and the fucking high heels. Go back to leaf, just a leaf, just one singular leaf over your crotch, and then 2 tiny leaves over your boobies, The founding daddies. And they wore makeup too to look healthy since they got sick often, especially the rich folks. And the red lips. Yes, the red lips. We call that Eden core. Mm-hmm. I returned to leaf. I gotta get I'm planning on getting more vines for this back here. We're gonna have more vines soon. Oh, you know what? We should have, where's yellow? I want yellow. Yellow. Yeah, that's nice. Reject modernity, return to leaf. So I'm gonna get more vines. So maybe one of these days I'll do a stream where I just manage to artistically put the vines all over me, and it's kind of like that. There was in one of Natalie Wynn's videos, she had one time where she just, was it like butterflies and not leaves? She put like butterflies over her nips. The old poison ivy, true. Absolutely. Yeah, it was butterflies. Very cute. Foliage dragon. Butterflies and flowers with an apple. Yes, the little... She was Eve. She was Eve in that video. Vines and wines? Ooh. I was thinking about getting some wine maybe. I've realized that I actually don't like to get drunk off of things that have tannins in them. And I don't know if this means that I'm just going to be a whiskey person from now on, because I feel like whiskey just has less of that effect. Or maybe I should go pure, only distilled alcohols like vodka. What are tannins? It's like enzymes in alcohol that tend to come from the aging process when they're in wood, like oak barrels especially. And it's I believe that's the part of drinking alcohol that makes you fucking tired. Personal opinion. There's lots of tannins in red wine. And I usually drink barrel-aged beer, which makes me so fucking tired and feels like shit before I even go to sleep. It's not like even the hangover the next day is the problem. It's I feel like shit before I even am finished drinking. Gin, yeah. Yeah, I think that is it would generally causes more side effects, like headaches and flushing. It's the thing that makes me feel tired and headachy. Have you ever had a really old wine? The tannins age out, and it's such a wonderfully strange experience. Ooh, is whiskey not also aged in barrels? Yeah, I mean, it is. I think it might be what kind of wood they're aged in might make kind of a difference. It depends It might depend on the whiskey as much as it depends on the wine. Like, you know, white wine is also aged, but I don't think it has as much of that effect. I've had wine that turned to vinegar within a few years, but then again, I don't have a wine cellar. It's usually when they're exposed to air, isn't it? Like, if they're sealed properly, they don't turn like that. Tea has a lot of tannin too, which makes it worse than coffee, although fruit tea is fine, but anything made with the leaves, roots, bark, and flowers is where the tannins are found. I'm a coffee drinker. I don't drink tea. We don't do tea. I've tried. I just don't like it. I like milk tea sometimes. Here's the evidence. I had some milk tea earlier, but these are brown sugar bobas, and they are not as good. So I mostly just wanted to drink the tea for the taste. I thought you were on a low-dose tea. Har, har, har. Har, har, har. I think I'm going to have him increase it. I really don't want to go get my blood drawn again, but I might have to get my blood drawn and then increase my dose a little bit, because it's not having the desired effect at like a super duper duper low dose. Dix's best drink? No. Okay. My fucking eyeball. Coffee is for waking up, tea is for staying up. But tannins make me tired. I'm just used to needles at this point. I inject E every week, and now I'm doing plasma twice a week. I have decided that I don't actually like doing blood draw type injections. ADHD meds are for up. Oh shit, you know what? I haven't taken any ADHD meds today. I think I might wait until after stream though. Yes. Oh my god, thank you. I need to donate blood soon because of polycythemia. Yeah, is that part of your, like, wait, I don't know what polycythemia is. I know that some people on testosterone have to donate blood every once in a while because their hemoglobin is too high. Yeah, needles and veins suck so bad. I was considering the possibility of donating plasma again because, like, I don't know, if it's more money than it used to be maybe, but I think before I was only getting like $35 a week because of my weight. Maybe I weigh more now. Oh shit, polycythemia is a blood cancer that causes you to produce too many red blood cells. Holy shit. So that's a blood cancer? Or do you just have high hemoglobin from testosterone? Because that's two very drastically different things. When I donate plasma, I see the little blood filter thing that gets filled with like fat and clots, and it's been getting cleaner each time I go, which is nice. Do we need to start donating plasma to help with the microclotting from COVID? Like, do they like filter your whole blood? Do I have to donate plasma? Like, wait. You just blew this thing wide open, Mama Mephistopheles. Like, I've seen some evidence recently that the primary mechanism behind long COVID conditions might be the microclotting, you know? And, like, Merrick, friend of the channel, she coughs up blood a lot because of microclotting in her lungs, like... The pose, this is, I guess, the Luxander pose. I don't really see many other people doing this one. I'm just, like, stuck here. No plasma donation doesn't filter your blood. Okay, I did not think so. It's not like you're filtering out all of your blood. Yeah. I mean, yeah, they take out the plasma and return the red blood cells. But it's like, if there is something that catches chunks anywhere in that process, I don't know. It's not your whole body's worth of blood. They take the plasma and give back your red blood cells with saline. Chunks. Yeah, you don't want any chunks in your blood. Like a cheesecloth. Oh no, it's so gross. It's so gross. But I think a lot of the I did not realize that Merrick was goddamn Arthur Morgan. Right? Yeah. No, she has I mean, I don't know, I guess how regular it is anymore, but I remember last year her talking about like, or maybe last year or the year before. I can't remember how long I've known Merrick now, but she was talking about like it's a regular just thing after her COVID exposure a couple years back. The fat can cause issues with donating blood. That's why they say don't eat fatty foods before you donate. I did that with some Mongolian food, and damn, there were issues. Gross. Gross. Oh my gosh, I gotta drink more coffee. I got 3 drinks right now. I'm doing the ADHD thing where I have 3 drinks. This is my breakfast. It's chocolate milk with protein stuff in it. And this is my coffee. And this is my water. And I have so many drinks now. So many options. ADHD Club represent. Yes. But I can't donate blood right now because I can't donate blood or plasma right now because I'm trying to gain weight. I'm trying to gain muscle. You know, you all know this. I think maybe I'm going to I'm going to wait and do another flex goal like next weekend. Because I feel like if I do a flex goal at the end of every stream, you're going to get bored of that. And there's not going to be much difference between one and the next. So I'm just going to keep weightlifting. So maybe about once a week, I'll take off my shirt and flex for you, you know? Hello, Adria. Been a while. Welcome in. My cat was trying to drink my Ensure this morning. Whenever I see my cat, our cat, whatever, when I moved out, I left the cat with my partner. But, like, I'll get a fresh cup of water, and as I walk by, the cat's like... And I'm like, what, do you want to smell my water? And then I let him smell the water, and he's like... And I'm like, no, you can't drink my water. It's my water. Did I miss the reaction to the Vaush fan versus Matt Walsh? No, we're going to probably get to that in, like, an hour. Get your hepatitis B vax about 2 months before you donate. I gotta figure out, like, what vaccinations I need. Another hour? Yeah, because, well, we're gonna talk to Trans Cat Dad here momentarily. I'm gonna get the call started with Trans Cat Dad, because we've been going for, like, an hour now. So there will be content. Come on, come on. Cat breath flavored water. Exactly. Did you know that cavities are contagious? What? Yeah, the cat wants to share. He wants to share his germs with me. He's like, I want you to, like, germs, please. It's bad enough that we share each other's breath, you know? Oh, gosh. Okay, so, yeah, Trans Cat Dad, I think we're pretty much ready to start talking about serious content today. Good fucking grief. The bacteria that causes cavities can transfer. Well, I'm, like, brushing my teeth way more regularly than I used to, so probably a little bit less of an issue. I had an ex who had a lot of them and didn't have the insurance to get them taken care of, and I ended up with a few of them. Oh, shit. Overbrushing can cause them too. Well, I don't overbrush. I brush, like, twice a day, sometimes 3 times. I have a random question. Does being gender fluid mean you're part of the trans community, like an umbrella term? Yeah, I mean, it just sort of depends on whether you personally identify as trans or not. Like, yes, if you identify as, gender fluid, you can be trans, but it's up to you. Okay, Trans Cat Dad, is it cool if I just call you? Because I have my audio muted so that they won't be able to hear you, but I will be able to hear you. Oh my god, my ears are gross. I need to clean that off. Yo, I've been playing Sea of Thieves, and I love Sea of Thieves so much. I want to play it after stream today, but I need to shower and do other stuff. Okay, it's time. Let's go. I turned the sound off on my end. Oh god, not what I meant to do. Hello. I can hear you just fine, yeah? It's cool if you're just, I mean, it's either way, up to you. Cool. Do you mind if I switch your audio on for the stream? Or do you want to have a minute? Okay, I just wanted to make sure that everything was all set. So yes, we have Trans Cat Dad on. What are your pronouns, by the way, before we get too deep into it?
So I'm Oliver, and he, him.
Oliver, he, him. Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Spectacular. I'll get that up on screen so that people can see what the words are. I haven't had a guest in a little while, so...
Yeah.
I do not have things set up for it, so... Oh, his audio's a little bit loud? Okay, let me turn him down just a little bit. Okay, there we go.
It's every Sunday that you stream, right?
Yeah, so I stream Sundays at noon, and then on Tuesday and Thursday at 5 p.m.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, there's plenty. I basically have some carryover from previous times in my career where I had a lot of people in the UK and like Europe. So if I stream, at 12 on Sundays, then my European audience gets a chance to hang out with us a little bit.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, Trans Cat Dad, Oliver, he, him. Perfect. How are you today?
I'll be honest, like, not great.
Yeah, I mean,
as
true.
you could imagine, yeah. So like, I'm a trans guy living in Missouri. Started transitioning like 3.5 years ago, and my girlfriend is also trans. We've been living together. Yesterday was like our 7-year anniversary.
Oh wow, congrats.
Yeah, thanks. And so like I'm pretty involved with a local organization, LGBT organization here called the Center Project. And as soon as I heard about the news, like you said, you're talking about being on Reddit a lot lately, and I'm on Reddit a lot. Like I think it's a pretty good place to get like a lot of like what's going on for trans people. I think it's a good way to stay informed, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like that's where I found out. That's where I heard about the AG rule on the 13th on Thursday when it happened. Like a couple hours after it happened, somebody posted it on one of the trans subreddits that I was following, and I was like, please tell me this person is misinterpreting what's happening and this isn't real. So like I brought up the PDF by myself and started reading it, and I'm like, oh god. So I like made a video through the like panic attack I was having practically, and like it was like I need to make sure everybody knows what's happening as soon as possible. I was seeing some articles coming out where so like our attorney general, one of the things that he's of course doing is saying that it's about kids. I'm protecting children. That's what they're always saying.
Oh yeah, great excuse. I mean, you can do a lot of things when you weaponize the well-being of children.
Exactly. And so like even on his website where he has posted the emergency rule where it was published, it says like Missouri AG issues an emergency rule to protect children. And then so like a lot of journalists are seeing the headline and they're not like looking at the details. And so like I saw articles coming out that were saying, oh, it's gonna ban HRT for minors. And I'm like, this rule literally says that it affects, I mean, it doesn't specify that it affects minors. It's every trans person in Missouri. And for a lot of people were also getting confused because they were saying they thought it was a bill. A lot of people are going, oh, like if this passes, this is going to be awful. It's not a bill. It's the attorney general issued a rule. He's not supposed to be able to do that. He's not supposed to be able to create legislation. That's not part of his job or his power. But he did it anyway, and doctors are complying anyway because they don't want to lose their license. They don't want to go to jail. And it takes effect this Thursday on the 27th. It's not a bill. It doesn't have an approval process. But also, sorry if I'm like spitting everything out really quickly. I'm like a little bit nervous.
No, you're cool. Yeah, it's totally fine. I mean, so I think part of the reason why there was a little bit of confusion on this is that there are two things happening at once in Missouri. Like literally like right before this news broke, I had a stream immediately before this news broke that was about like a hearing in Missouri on one of those bills. They're being filibustered right now, which I believe is why they took this emergency rule tactic, because like they currently are trying to push through legislation that is specifically targeting transgender minors. And then this is like what they're doing now when they end up in this situation where they can't get the legislation to pass. Same thing happened in Texas. Literally the exact same thing. They tried to push the bill through. They couldn't push the bill through. It wasn't a filibuster in that case. It was just simply a lack of ability to get it. Oh my God, Void Kitty. Oh, so cute. What is Kitty's name?
His name is Sebastian.
Ah, Sebastian. My black cat is named Mitternacht, which is German for midnight. Yeah.
Oh, that's really cool.
He's a big fat boy. But yeah, so like it's the same exact thing that happened in Texas where they're trying to pass the law and they can't pass the law, so they have to steal extra legislative power basically, and like specifically subverting that process of elected representatives. Oh my God, the purring. You could really hear it for a second there.
He's a major lap cat. He's just really happy he's on my lap.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. My cat, he's way, way, way too fat to be a lap cat. Like he literally just can't be there or he will like fall off. And I can't make it, like he cannot lose weight apparently. He's been the same for 10 years. It doesn't matter how little we feed him. He just is like that. But he's adorable.
Cats are like that sometimes. Sometimes you just got to be a chunky guy.
They're just round. Sometimes they're just round.
I wanted to say the Secretary of State here in Missouri, he's actually the previous Attorney General. Like I think he was the Attorney General until January when the new guy came in. And he's gone. I've seen some journalists posting that he's saying like we're not expecting this to stay. Like there's a possibility. Well, there's a hope that this is going to have like an injunction.
Yeah, the ACLU will sue. I know that they're looking for a plaintiff right now. So I'm like fingers crossed, like trying to figure out, should I tell my brother to start rationing now or should we wait until Thursday to see if it actually goes into effect or not? You know, like it's a really hard situation.
Like if he should reduce his dose, like next time that he administers testosterone.
Yeah, basically like what I'm thinking is that's going to be our first immediate step. Like, you know, he's on like a pretty normal dose, and like the dose that I'm considering having him shrink to is basically just like the what I would be on low dose testosterone, like as a non-binary person. Like he's kind of at that slightly higher level that, you know, and his blood levels are fine and everything, but like keep filling your prescription the way that it is written, but only take half of it so that we can make it last as long as possible. Which is just a really unfortunate thing to have to consider. And like it hurts me deeply that he is having to deal with that kind of question, that like our parents are supportive, but like he is, you know, inevitably having to deal with this very adult kind of pressure, you know, like, you know, and it's unfortunate that it is affecting the adults as well now, like that everybody in Missouri has to go literally get an assessment for autism or you're not allowed to be on your hormones anymore. And if you are confirmed to be autistic, like you're not allowed to be on hormones anymore. Like that is just insane. It's absolutely crazy to me. And it's so deeply painful as a community that I'm like, I think that part of the thing that I found so insightful about your video on this was that focus on like finding community and being with other trans people. I don't know how else
That's
we're gonna survive this.
Yeah, that's the main thing that I'm like trying to encourage people of right now. So like I've been kind of realizing lately. So like my therapist is a cis black man and he's really progressive and like very informed about like the stuff that trans people are going through. So like honestly, I'd be a fucking mess right now if it wasn't for him, not gonna lie.
True.
But something that he and I have talked about is that like trans people are kind of and queer people in general are pretty uniquely disadvantaged like compared to like racial minorities or religious minorities, for example, because most of the time we're not inheriting our transness or our queerness from parents who are both also queer or trans.
Hmm.
And like usually a lot of the time we're going to have cis het parents and they're not going, like a lot of black kids, not every black kid is able to be in this position, but very often their parents will also be black, or at least they'll have one parent who is black who can teach them like, hey, we live in a world that is very hostile toward us, and here are some ways that we can stay safe. Here's people who you could be born into a family who understands that what's happening to you is not only real, but they've lived through it, they've endured it, and they've had the opportunity to like learn ways to keep themselves safe. And like for trans people, it's like my parents are like homophobic and transphobic, and like I haven't spoken to them in several years. So like when it comes to like community, like and found family, like you really, if you have not found your found family, like that is a project that you need to be working on immediately. And like I know like a lot of us have like really bad like social anxiety and shit, because also, by the way, I have trouble not saying bad words. I'm probably gonna say
No, we
it's
cuss a lot
probably
on this stream. No worries. I
okay.
drop slurs on this stream. Don't worry about it.
Oh god. um I it's just, so here's something that I learned in a book that my therapist recommended to me. I would recommend it to you guys as well. It's called I think it's called Liberation Through Anger, Love and Rage. It's a black queer Buddhist perspective on like liberation politics and like how to cope with all of the shit that's happening. And it's a really good book. But one of the things that he said, and I'll like link it in chat or something if I find it later, but one of the things that the author said is that we're all ancestors in training. Like if you're a minority, you're an ancestor in training. And lately I've been realizing like I wouldn't be who I am now if it wasn't for all of the trans and queer people who've been like, they paved the way before me. They lived lives even harder than what I'm living right now.
Hmm.
And like I'm indebted to my community because they made me me, and I get to be me because of all of the work that they've done. And so like now it's my turn. And like it's really hard and it's scary, and like I've had a lot of social anxiety in my past as well, and it's difficult sometimes, but um like it is really important to like reach out to your local LGBT organizations, even if they live far away from you. Like they'll very often have a website, they'll have a Facebook page. There are people who can help you, and like it will make a massive difference to your mental health, like just having that support and community. And plus it's not only like the social support like emotionally benefiting you, like it will very much like materially benefit trans Missourians right now, especially because um I'm not going to be able to give you like ideas of, I don't want to say things that are illegal that'll get you TOS. But like if you are in a position where you're going to need to order your medicine, that going to an organization is where you can very much find people who know how to get stuff.
I mean, even if it's just people who are going to be able to give you a ride to Illinois where you're getting your illegal
That too.
medicine, you know,
That too.
and the binder exchanges and like being able to help each other with those kind of daily resources,
Hmm.
I'm sure that there are even going to be people who have issues fulfilling the requirements because of like housing insecurity, and so like getting to know your fellow trans people, like maybe you could end up in a roommate situation with those folks, and then you have people who you're living with who understand what you're going through. You're not going to deal with homophobia in your home. You'll have to deal with all of the other issues that traumatized queer people who live together experience. But that's part of why I live alone. I'm like, I could have a roommate and it would be easier, but no, I don't want to deal with anybody else's issues.
Yeah, I get that.
But like, it's going to be, increasingly difficult, I think, to navigate the situation. I will say, good news. We did talk about this a little bit in the DMs. They were trying to make like a list, a report your neighbors list of trans people. And we managed to force them to take it down because of all of the false submissions and the people running bots and everything. So that's not to say that they aren't still going to be collecting information about people, but it does mean that one avenue has been shut down.
It was like really heartening to like see people do that. And I was trying to think like, what can we learn from this? If people were able to do this, like activism and work-wise, what made people feel enabled and ready? And like so many people shared this on like Reddit, and it got like, I think probably national attention. Like I just know that a whole lot of people were like making bots, and like it does make me really happy because whenever like this news first came out, it felt like nobody knew or cared what was happening, and it was sort of like what I felt like was a fatigue thing. Like everybody is so overloaded. Like what was it, like 3 or 4 days ago in Florida, there was the bill passed, I think, that will remove trans kids from their parents, right?
I think it's moved forward in the process. I'm not sure if it's actually passed. I was looking at that before stream as one of my many news items that we need to go over this week. I'm like, I'm not sure exactly that it has become official yet, but they're trying, you know?
And that's like exactly like you said, like one of the many things that we need to go over on stream. There are so much bad news for trans people coming out every fucking day.
And it's like, a deluge, an onslaught.
I saw that Ty Turner uploaded a video like a couple days ago, and one of the things that he pointed out is that having like this sheer massive number of anti-trans legislation, and some of them like being unrealistic to pass, that like nobody wants them to pass, even if they're like outlandish and maybe unlikely to go anywhere. The purpose of that is that it sort of normalizes and sort of like shifts that goalpost where it's like, well, maybe in comparison of like banning all HRT for adults, and maybe like banning it for kids doesn't look that bad in comparison. And like, it does seem like that's part of the strategy there.
Yeah, like the whole process of pulling the Overton window is that they posit this outrageous thing. And we've been seeing this with abortion for our entire lifetimes. Like they say, oh, we want to make abortion completely illegal. So instead we are going to compromise and say, oh, it should only be illegal in the 3rd trimester. And then they continue to edge it back and back and back until they get to the point where functionally a 6-week ban is a blanket ban, because nobody even knows that they're pregnant until they're technically 4 weeks pregnant. And like, I have my own bitchiness about the way that we measure pregnancy. I think it's stupid that you're measuring from your last period. And like, I guess it's like weird to try to calculate what day, like what day it happened. But I still think it's stupid. And it's harmful to women and everybody who can get pregnant, because you can't even detect a pregnancy on ultrasound in that first 6 weeks. So something like requiring an ultrasound can also put you past that place. Just as a side note, the mifepristone thing, I saw one of the Supreme Court justices who dissented from, they decided to say we're temporarily putting a stay on the we're not going to let you take mifepristone anymore. Like we're going to let this go through the courts and we're going to allow it to be available. One of the dissenting justices was like, yeah, we shouldn't have made this we shouldn't have made this decision because it's gonna be cleared through in the appeals court quick enough that it's not gonna make a difference. And I'm like, do you mean in enough time for someone's pregnancy to develop from the place where they can take an abortion pill to the place where they can't anymore? Like, are you fucking kidding me? It would be frustrating. The hypocrisy would be if it weren't for the fact that I understand that that's the point, is that they don't care about the principles of bodily autonomy. And when they pretend to care about bodily autonomy, such as with vaccinations and stuff, they're only weaponizing the fact that that is a liberal like value. You know, fascists don't care about free speech. They don't care about freedom of choice or bodily autonomy. They pretend to care about those things so that they can infiltrate the system. And that's what we're kind of dealing with the consequences of now that Roe v. Wade is completely taken away. Like, it just seems like the floodgates are open and that attacks on all kinds of bodily autonomy are naturally going to flow from that, you know?
Yo, it's so scary too, because like when I was 19, I was in an abusive relationship and I needed an abortion as a result of the stuff that was happening in that. And I think I kind of felt like, I don't know. It's just, I didn't know that like my bodily autonomy was going to be violated even more than like the restrictions on the access to abortion, because like that was already incredibly emotionally distressing to me, that knowing that my autonomy could be taken away from me like that, you know, it's really scary. Like, it's one thing to talk about it, but like if it's not your body and you haven't like gone through it, it's a little bit different. And I think, you know, as like a trans guy who has like reproductive dysphoria, who like always thought pregnancy was like the freakiest shit I've ever heard of in my life.
Yeah, it's disgusting to me.
Yeah, and it's been like that since I was little too. Like when my mom was pregnant with my little siblings, and I learned what it was, I was like, "Excuse me?" But yeah, it's just, I guess I kind of thought that I would get through it. I'd get the reproductive like care that I needed, and I guess it's been 11 years since I had my abortion, and I'm still, it's really tiring. It's really tiring to think that, like, how long am I going to be fighting for my bodily autonomy? How bad is it going to get?
Yeah.
It's just scary.
It's a tragic like situation to be in, and like I've never needed access to abortion, but I cried like the morning when I woke up and Roe v. Wade was gone. I was like, and I had to explain to my cis male partner, I'm like, it's like I am fucked up right now. Like, I feel fucked up. Like, I have fewer rights this morning than I did when I went to bed last night. And it's like, I guess because we grew up, like, you're 30, I'm like 29. We grew up in a place where like we started to see acceptance. You know, in the 90s, it was all like har trans people jokes. Gay acceptance is like kind of starting to come in a little bit. Gay marriage finally passes in 2008. You know, we would have been in like middle school or early high school at the time. And so like we go from this period of sort of relative non-controversy, or like you see the Westboro Baptist Church and everybody kind of agrees that that's crazy, and that those people are worthy of ridicule. And yeah, it started to seem like things are getting better. You know, we get access to medical care, and then like we start to see the very first inklings of children's medical care for transition being like more normalized. And then like this violent backlash was not something I was prepared to deal with. Like, I could never have guessed. But if you had been paying attention to the abortion thing this entire time and the eking of rights slowly away, like this is obviously where we've been heading, like with the court system, you know, Republican appointed people voting completely down party lines when it comes to like the judges. It's very clearly been heading this direction. I will say, I think that one of the interesting things about this website coming down, and like I think the thing that I am trying to do on my show a bit is like trying to make it funny. Like, it's funny to post the entire script to the B movie.
Yeah.
You know, it's trolling. Like, people get to poke fun, and you're kind of taking the seriousness out of like, yes, it's a serious situation when the Proud Boys show up with a bunch of guns at a drag show at a library. Like, that's a very scary deal, and it's important, and it's, you know, it's a violent threat against us. But also, I'm gonna talk about how they're wearing piss yellow, and about how, oh, you're such a big man with your big fucking guns, like, you're not actually gonna do anything. And then, like, when we see an example of someone, like in New York City, there was one where this guy got like bloodied. His nose was like bloodied, and he's like walking away like, I came here to help people, not to get beat the fuck up. And it's like, get get out of here, bitch. Like, I think that that's part of what we need to do to motivate people. Like, empower them by disempowering the fascism. Like, your enemy is weak, right?
We're like advertising our political goals by like making it memes and making it fun, which like sometimes it feels a little bit frustrating to me, because I'm just like, man, this is so serious. This is a life or death situation for me and my girlfriend, and like sometimes I don't want to joke about it, but like on the other hand, it's like, you know, sometimes just like making jokes about it can be a little bit of relief. Like the other day we were in St. Louis. I had to drive a friend to the airport, and my girlfriend was like, I'm crying at work because of all the shit with the attorney general. Like, can I just take off work and come with you, and like we'll go do fun shit? And I'm like, yeah. And you know, like I had one of my friends come drive over too, and I was like, hey, you have to come hang out with us, because like getting genocided is really stressful.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But, yeah, like making stuff fun, I think. Like, people had creativity whenever they were filling out these false reports on this form, and it feels naughty, but it also feels safe because you're like doing it at home, and people are able to instruct each other to like use VPNs and things like that. So like I think this should be like a learning opportunity for us. You know, we should try to figure out like what made this work, and can we do it again?
Yeah. Absolutely. And like, can we expand beyond this? You know, we've demonstrated that we are able to succeed in this way. And it's going to be interesting to see when, you know, other stuff starts to happen. Like some senator's home was vandalized over this weekend. And if we like showing up at people's houses, or I don't know, throwing red paint on stuff, like, I don't know what it is exactly, like what it's going to take exactly. But I think that this is a great brainstorming opportunity. Like, definitely folks should take a look at this and try to figure out what it is about this that is incentivizing to people. You know, is it showing up in person that's the big difference? Like, so how can we motivate that online presence then to do more and more and more stuff? Like, do we need to direct them toward faxing things to people's offices and like wasting all of their printer paper potentially? Like, that's another sort of safe at home thing. A little civil disobedience, a little trolling, a little joking.
Yeah, and it can be like a little bit difficult to figure out like where the line is with like what is safe and what might not be safe. Like that's one thing that's difficult too with like I'm very radicalized, and I think like showing up to somebody's house is based and awesome, but
I mean, it's an American tradition. We used to disassemble people's houses board by board if we didn't like what they were doing. American tradition.
But you know, one of the first things I wanted to do whenever I heard about this was like, I want to find Andrew Bailey's address, and I want to go to his house. Like, I want to go to his house right now. And like, I've had people like talking me out of it. And
you can't go alone. It's the thing. You need to show up with 50 people. And how are you sure that one of those people isn't a fucking plant, you know?
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's part of the problem too.
And yeah, Adria in my chat says finding things that won't backfire. Like, you know, things that aren't going to optically make you look worse. In a situation where we are still kind of hoping to convince people that the risk is real, you know, and it's I think kind of hard, and they put us in a situation where it's kind of hard to retaliate without being portrayed as the aggressors. And like, they do this to Black people, they do this to all kinds of minority groups where they break decorum, like with what's going on with Representative Zephyr in Montana. Like, they like you are breaking decorum by attacking our rights. And then when we like meet your brutality with words that are accurate to describe the situation, then we're accused of breaking decorum. Which is, it's hard to figure out what to do in that situation where, as marginalized people and like trans women especially, deal with this pressure to be perfect and like not be too angry, and you have to say your words just exactly correctly right, and like even then you have to hedge and try to be nice about the way that you're phrasing, like this will put children at risk for suicide is like a more polite thing to say than there's blood on your hands, like and like, but the more emotionally evocative and accurate you are, the more likely you are to be censured. And like, more risky the more fascist it gets. Like the risk is only going to increase from this point. So for me, I think part of it is I wish that we could radicalize more cis people, because you're like, whether you might be doing the same activity that some cis person is doing, but there's more risk for you and I, because like we are part of that, like that minority group that's easier to like silence and attack and like remove rights from. And I personally feel a little frustrated about this as a content creator. I know like your channel is like a little bit smaller, but like it's like, I think that we are all limited somehow on like the maximum number of subscribers that it's even possible for a trans focused channel to get, because I feel like people are just only caring if they are clued in to this community, and that like it's really hard to break out into more of a mainstream audience.
Yeah, and it can be a little bit difficult, I think, also with like the level of patience that, like, for me personally, I'm not interested in trying to de-radicalize transphobic people. I'm not interested in trying to convince people who are like actively hateful toward me, or like I'm more focused on people who are already on the same page as me, and like I think it's more effective with like my time and my energy to like find a way to get people who already give a shit and have an idea of what's going on to like direct them to resources and action. I think that's like more effective. But at the same time, like I know that there is definitely a place for and a need for people who are doing that like de-radicalizing kind of work. But yeah, like when it comes to like reach as well, it's just really difficult to get like the right kind of messages out to like the people who need them. There's a frustration of sometimes the algorithm just being like, oh, you're making resources for trans people, I'm going to show them only to transphobes who are going to like, you're going to get like buckets of slurs directed at you. And I'm like, no, please, I just want to help trans people, like help me out here a little bit.
I have like
Yeah,
the
it's
opposite
just,
problem right now, because YouTube incentivizes content that your subscribers enjoy. So if my subscribers are trans and they're tired of hearing about the trans genocide, then my video doesn't break out into the mainstream
oh,
audience that
that
I'm
makes
trying to get it
sense.
to, which is fucking annoying.
Yeah.
So my channel's struggling a little bit in that regard. But yeah, it's, and like the fact that our cries for help are being suppressed in an algorithm, like I can't post on Facebook about this at all because 0 people see it, because the Facebook algorithm is based on what people want to interact with. Like it's no longer a place where my friends see my posts. It's a place where only people who have recently typed in that keyword are going to see the content that I'm talking about. So like, okay, I post about trans genocide, and again, only my trans friends see it. Even if I'm trying to appeal to like my local community, and I'm like, oh, there's this thing happening in Kansas, can y'all please contact your representatives? Like still, that's being limited because all of our political advocacy is throttled on social media websites that are built for algorithms.
Yeah, I've noticed that like with Facebook especially, that I think the algorithm is like very I don't know, seems to be programmed to like dampen some of our advocacy, seems like, and that like freaks me out. Like I can't like 100% verify that that's the case, but I've had so many situations where like, like I'm a pretty locally minded person, especially the last like few months, and uh like my local organization or somebody nearby will be doing like, hey, we're going to go to the Capitol and we're going to be like doing a demonstration, and then I it'll be like recommended to me 3 days after, or like a week after it was posted, and I'm like, are you just like taunting me with the fact that you did not show me this when it was relevant? Like, you didn't show me this shit like until after it was over? Because it just happens like very frequently. This is Jack, by the way. We have another cat.
Oh my god, what a cutie. I was like, incoming. He coming. Cutie.
Oh, but something that I wanted to bring up about the AG's emergency rule that I haven't talked about here yet is that I have some mental health diagnoses. I'm on SSDI, and so like it's like legally recorded that like I have mental health diagnoses, PTSD and depression, and I on this bill, on the emergency bill, it states something like any mental health comorbidities should be resolved before a patient can be prescribed HRT or like given any kind of like trans affirming like transition care. And so, you know, I've reached out to my hospital system's chief compliance officer. That's the first person who I emailed whenever I learned about this. So that's like a good title to know if you're like trying to go up the lines if you need to talk to somebody in your medical provider system. But yeah, so I've been asking him like, hey, am I gonna be able to have access to my goddamn medicine? Like, am I gonna still have my testosterone even though I have mental health diagnoses? And he's like, we are trying our best to make sure, you know, like one of those a little bit bland, but like I know that I live in a progressive area and the hospital system is fairly progressive, and I do feel like my my providers are going to try to continue coverage, but my doctor said that she doesn't really have clear answers yet.
Yeah, I mean, lawyers are going to need to get involved, and like people who are used to reading medical law to be able to interpret this so that we know how to appropriately move forward. And I've seen some of the cases where patients are being dropped in Missouri. It's because the doctor's office, like the clinic, doesn't possess the legal resources to defend their license.
Yes.
And like that's one of the major things. Like this is one of those like stifling effects that people don't necessarily realize, is that they don't even have to directly say you're not allowed to provide this care. They just have to increase the threat of litigation and investigation, and then like in order to comply, some doctors will just stop providing the care.
Yeah, like I have a screenshot that I could read out loud from a trans person in Missouri whose doctor dropped them. I've read it on my channel as well, but it's basically just I don't have the resources to defend my license to continue practicing gender affirming care should the state investigate me under the new emergency rule. In the meantime, I recommend requesting a 90-day supply of your medications, and if this rule is overturned, I will reinstate your plan of care immediately. So that's like the highlights of the letter that they sent out to their trans patients one day after the rule was issued. So it's really scary.
Yeah, you're supposed to be grandfathered in so long as you begin the process of obtaining all of this therapy you're supposed to get and all this junk. But like realistically, like is your clinic able to withstand the potential investigation? I'm surprised, frankly, that this injunction hasn't already occurred. Although I think some people in my chat were suggesting that it might be like a last minute thing on Wednesday. Just because of how the court system works. I'm not entirely sure why their justification was for that, because it was a few days ago that we were talking about this. But the drama, right? Like, are we seriously going to have an 11th hour injunction on Wednesday night when this rule is supposed to go into effect on Thursday? Like, I'm going to have a fucking heart attack. Like, I'm about to pop a pulmonary embolism right now. The stress is so real. But like, yeah, the question of like resolved mental illness is a like major depression, like major depressive disorder is supposed to be like a thing that you just have, you know, like diagnosis wise. It's not like PTSD, which you can effectively like reduce your symptoms so much that you don't qualify as having it anymore. Like I went through therapy for that last year, and then it came back. Yay! I had about 2 months free of those symptoms, and then now the jumpiness is fully back. It's great.
I really hope that doesn't happen to me, because like my PTSD symptoms have gotten a lot better over like the last couple months. Like I'd be so devastated if they came back.
I mean, I did a targeted prolonged exposure thing for a couple months, which made my symptoms temporarily worse, and it was quite difficult. And then several horrendous things happened in a short period of time, and including my IUD insertion, which was the most horrible thing that has ever happened to me. So, I finally got it out though. And there was an immediate palpable relief. And like, I've never experienced period cramps as like an ecstatic relief, but they just are so much more normal now. Like my 10 for pain was recalibrated after having the IUD put in. So yeah, that gave me the PTSD. It's like way more concentrated than it used to be. But I'm in therapy with the same person who I did my prolonged exposure with. So hypothetically, they resolve by themselves with like the amount of treatment that you're getting. If you're in like a place where you can process your emotions. So hopefully, but like, what do you do if you have major depressive disorder or like panic disorder, which are supposed to be intrinsic things that can't be cured, or autism? Like, what are you supposed to do? Question. The answer is nothing. The answer is not have medical care, because that's the point, is to try to make it as close to a blanket ban as possible without it being a literal blanket ban.
And Aaron Reed said, many transgender people suffer from depression or anxiety before transitioning, and gender-affirming care is the most effective treatment. Banning gender-affirming care for people experiencing this until it is resolved is like banning insulin until somebody's diabetes resolves. Like, and that's just literally true.
Yeah, it's crazy. And like dysphoria often can cause these other things, and then like they resolve once you receive gender affirming care. But yeah, and if you have for like an eating disorder, like I don't have one, but I know that it's very common among trans men, like having a restrictive eating disorder, and those tend to manifest in trans people because we don't have control over our bodies. Like if we lose weight, then our curves are less prominent for trans men. Like, and they just want to force you to do a specific, the kind of rehab that you can do for eating disorders, and then like you come out of it and you're still fucking trans. So like, it's not like the cause of your issue has been resolved. It's just been demonstrated repeatedly that this is the most like effective type of care. It's shocking to me. Do you see a lot of this conversation happening lately about like trans people just need therapy, basically? Like as though we didn't already go through this as like a medical community society scientifically. We tried to treat people with just therapy, and then it fucking didn't work. Very clearly.
I definitely see that pop up now and then.
It's wild to me.
Like we have the data. That's the thing that's really frustrating, is we have the data. We know what works. We know what doesn't work. And people are just lying or denying it. And like, whenever I realize like somebody is just kind of like denying reality, then it's like, I'm not, just don't want to talk to you. I don't know why we continue to engage, like focus our engagement towards those people. And I'm not saying that that it's like wrong to do that. I think that like it definitely has a place, and it probably is helpful. But it's just like, that's not work that I'm capable of doing. That's so incredibly frustrating.
Yeah. I mean, respect to people like Vaush who do those debates, and like, it's not even about convincing that person necessarily so much as it is about like convincing people on the sidelines who are like listening in and who might not be sure, or the point is to give people better arguments to use. I mean, truly, I think Natalie Wynn may have even said it recently, that the point of debate isn't to convince anyone, it's to make your opponent look foolish. So maybe that's a tack that we should aim for more, which is not to like try to justify our position, but rather to kind of force the opposition into a position where they have to defend themselves, and like trying to like, undercut that power by ridiculing them. the question of what do you do when you're debating Matt Walsh and he says, what is a woman? Like, well, you should turn it on him and say, well, your definition is an adult human female. So can you please define for me what is an adult, what is a human, and what is a female? Because they are making a claim and they should be made to defend it. And they are just going to constantly try to put us on the defensive. And we need to, like, I think it's a traumatized response that we have a tendency to reflexively be defensive. So when someone says trans people are pedophiles and groomers, then we go, no, we're not. In fact, many trans people have been victims of child sexual abuse and da-da-da-da-da-da. It's like, no, that's the wrong thing to do. I think that's, you know, like, I think that that's like you're in an abusive relationship. That's also like a reflex that we have, is to be defensive. And you know, when we're being attacked about something that's absolutely fucking untrue, we have this impulse to be like, well, no, I didn't do that. And like, I wasn't trying to make you look bad in front of your friends. And like, it's just about trying to put you in that position where you have to defend yourself. And so you're unable to get past and like realize that what's actually happening is you're being attacked. Like, the reason why you feel defensive is because you are being attacked. And those dynamics, it's so interesting to see how those kind of interpersonal dynamics, looking at the abusive relationship, can be like expanded upon. And like, that's literally, we're in a countrywide abusive relationship with the Republican Party.
Yeah, it is like absolutely reflected, I think, in like interpersonal, like you said, it's interesting to see how like people's politics change the way that they interact with the world in general and the way they interact with other people. Because I've kind of noticed definitely a little bit of a pattern where like every abuser I've had in my life has been right wing.
Interesting. Yeah, weird.
It's like the authoritarianism, I guess. Like they're left wing people. Since I've like, you know, like I grew up Catholic and my parents were abusive and all that kind of stuff. And like hierarchy was like important to them. You know, it was something that they definitely like believed in. And since I've gotten older and I've found like my found family and found people who are left wing, like I realized like a lot of people are not like that. They don't keep hierarchy like that and like authority in their interpersonal relationships. And it's like so freeing, actually. Like it's such a huge relief to have a lot of people in my life like that. And especially because like growing up, like I just thought like everybody was like my parents, everybody was like the people that I grew up with, because like that's all I knew. I grew up in a conservative area, so it's been a journey for sure.
Yeah, the world that you're exposed to when you're young is not the only world that exists. And I think that for some people it's just a matter of exposure, like being exposed to the new ideas. So of course there's going to be people who are deliberately homeschooling their kids to believe in Jesus and not know what LGBTQ means and not know what Black Lives Matter is. And then those people are going to enter the world at some point and they're going to say some dumb shit. And to some it's someone's job out there. It's not everybody has to be responsible for deconverting people from being morons, but like it's someone's job out there to explain to them nicely. And at the same time, it's someone's job out there to tell them that they're being a fucking idiot. And I think that both of those things are important in the process of deconversion.
You're describing like my the last 10 years of my life, by the way. It's
just no.
No, it's okay. It's just like after I started getting out of all of this, like I guess I slowly started realizing that my parents taught me really fucked up shit, and it's taken a lot of like purposeful like educating myself over the last few years to like get out of all of that.
Yeah, and you have to make a deliberate effort. It's easy, I think, to go, oh, well, you're just, you know, if you're so angry, like, I don't want to listen to you, like, you're counteracting what I was raised, and the people who raised me to believe that were nice, so, or whatever, like, your church maybe was, like, reinforcing, when you leave the church and you go tell people about the gospel and they get annoyed with you, and so you come back to the church and they're all like, "Oh, poor baby, the outsiders were so mean to you," and it like reinforces that. Yeah, it's hard to break out of what we were taught when we were younger, which is why that's why that they're against abortion and like that's why they're against birth control, is because they want to make more more Amish babies or whatever.
Yeah,
good
and
Lord.
something else I think with the restriction on reproductive access that a lot of people don't seem to notice or talk about a whole lot is that there is that factor of like, let's make more Catholic babies to like overwhelm like the culture, but there's also, I think it's a very deliberate move against working class people in general. It like a lot of it's very frustrating to me when people make it out to be like a men versus women thing, because like, first of all, trans men are men and need access to abortion. But like a lot of cis men are like very, very pro-choice. Like if we look at like the stats of like what demographics are pro-choice and anti-choice, it's not that the numbers between men and women are especially significantly different, because they're only like 10 points different actually. But when it's like between Democrat and Republican and like religious and non-religious, that's where like the difference is more obvious. But also I'm like kind of getting a little bit distracted, and I want to make sure we're talking more about the AG stuff. I just realized.
No, it's cool. I
Is,
mean, I think it's good to have conversations with trans people that kind of allow us to sort of meander a little bit and like talk about the multifaceted ways in which we're affected, because as trans masculine people, like we are affected by both of those things simultaneously, like the abortion restrictions and restrictions on bodily autonomy with trans issues. But so something I was interested in asking you about, if you're comfortable talking about it at all, is like, are you and your girlfriend like considering leaving the state? Like,
oh yeah, we are. So like, here's the thing, like there could be an injunction placed on this rule. It could get paused, it could get removed, and even if it does, hopefully it does, but even if it does, I think that this is a very clear sign that it is not safe here. If you are living in Missouri and you are trans, even if you are completely broke and it's not realistic for you to move, I think making plans to leave is a very important step. Because like, I'm really, I don't have a lot of money or resources, but I'm going to start working again. I'm going to see vocational rehabilitation next Friday. But it's Minnesota. Me and my girlfriend are dedicated to moving to Minnesota now. Like even if we are able to maintain access to our medication, if the AG can make a rule overnight, like in one day, he says, I need doctors to do this, even though he can't. He's not supposed to be able to legislate. He's not supposed to be able to do that. But instead of our doctors saying, you can't do that, I'm not listening to you, our doctors are saying, I'm scared and I'm going to do what you say. So what I'm like, I know a lot of people are going to think like, oh, this is dramatic. Nothing like this would never happen. But if the AG decided, I would like to make an emergency rule where all trans people, anybody diagnosed with gender dysphoria, needs to be involuntarily hospitalized and subjected to conversion therapy. Like, if he said that, I think doctors and police in Missouri would just say, okay. All right. So, like, that's the thing that I'm, like, really scared of, is, like, apparently he could just do that and our doctors would just, everybody would let it happen. Nobody is going to save us. Like, it has been, like, 10 or 11 days since that rule was issued, and there hasn't been an injunction placed on it. And I think with the ACLU and Lambda Legal having their eyes on it is, I think that they aren't going to be able to open up a case until after Thursday, the 27th, when somebody is actually materially like rejected their medication. I think like that's kind of what I'm predicting, but I don't know for certain. But
I mean, our whole legal system is very reactive. Like, harm has to be done, and then you can sue. Like, company poisons a bunch of people, and then when they get cancer, they sue. Oh no, the clause.
Yeah. just climbing up my lap like a tree. They do
Yeah.
this all the time.
That's the other reason why Mitternacht isn't really allowed in my lap, is because in order to stabilize, he must dig in. And it's like, no, I can't deal with this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, baby. Yeah, I've been suggesting to people for a long time, like, get out of these states where these things are happening. Like, they are not going to stop trying. Whether this AG rule gets put on hold or not, they're going to, maybe they'll do what they did in Florida and stack the Board of Medicine so that the Board of Medicine just declares that gender affirming care isn't the correct medical approach, basically. Like, they can try all these different methods outside, like using their executive discretion, and it's, or they're going to try to push through the legislation and maybe it'll get filibustered for a while, but then it will inevitably pass. Or like maybe they decide to silence a Democratic senator by censuring them and like not allow and like expelling them from the House like they did in Tennessee. Like, they're going to keep doing it. It's not going to stop. I think if you live in a state where these things are trying to be pushed, then you need to be considering getting out. The sanctuary state law in Minnesota, like, thank God we have some of those places starting to come up, and you'll be relatively close to Canada if they start passing federal laws. Like, I do think we need to start being on the lookout for federal legislation.
That was one of the reasons why we were thinking Minnesota made sense for us.
Mm-hmm.
Because we were like, oh, we could go to Illinois. Like, my sister is there, and one of my best friends is in Illinois. But my girlfriend pointed out, if shit goes down and we need to get the fuck out like really quick,
Mm-hmm.
if we're in Minnesota and we have our passports, then we can get out. And like, I know a few people who live in Canada, and it's like, if we needed a place to stay for a little while, like, man, like I said in my video, like, I don't want to be a political refugee, but
that's the
what's
situation.
happening.
Nobody wants that. Nobody is sitting here saying like, what I really want to do is have to sell all of my belongings to afford one single plane ticket so that I can be in a place where I'm going to be couch surfing for several months on all my queer friends' couches. Like, nobody wants to be in this situation. And like, when people tell me, oh, it's so privileged of you to just tell people to move, I'm like, I'm not saying just move. I'm saying sell everything you own, go with the clothes on your back and a backpack with your toothbrush in it, and like become a political refugee. That's not a privileged thing to do. When people from Mexico cross the border into the United States and like risk their children dying on the trail to get here, like, that's not a fucking game. And I don't think people recognize, like, I'm being dead serious. And these are real considerations that we're having to make for the safety of our families and our own safety. Like, the realistic probability that things are going to continue accelerating this way. Like, the reason why I brought up the national thing anyway is because we are seeing the attempt to pass the like trans women in sports thing. And that's where it always starts. It starts with, oh, of course, it's a reasonable concern, the sports access thing. And then that just immediately snowballs into care bans and things like this. And the fact that Marjorie Taylor Greene hasn't been fired yet.
Oh my gosh, I saw that clip of her yesterday where she was calling Dylan Mulvaney like the biggest pedophile in the United States.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't think he can say that, actually.
I would assume that would be some kind of slander, but
yeah,
it remains to be. I feel like Dylan could afford the fees for a lawyer on that.
I would love to see that happen.
It would be great. I mostly would like to see Marjorie Taylor Greene in jail. Like, that's what I would like to see more than anything else because of her insurrection thing. But like, why? How is she still an elected? Anyway, that's kind of besides the point. I mean, it's fascism. Every single time when I go, why is this happening? The answer is fascism, and I would be a lot less confused if I just accepted that all of this is inevitably leading toward, like, I don't even know. Do they care about trans people? Like, you've been kind of watching this as well as I have. Does it seem to you like these Republicans even really care about trans people, or does it seem like we are just the scapegoat group for them to take power away from democracy?
I think most of them actually don't give a shit.
Yeah, like, I don't think that any of them are real Christians either. Like, I don't even think that they believe most of the things that they say. Like, it just seems like everything that they do is an excuse, and it's very 1984, like, the power is the point. Like, there almost isn't any purpose to anything that they do aside from consolidating further power.
Mhm. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's accurate, actually, from like everything that I've seen. Because like we, one of the reasons why like I'm a little bit disinterested, like I said, in like trying to say, hey, here's some sources. Let me convince you that like what this does is save people's lives and make them happy and make them like productive members of society and like one of the reasons why I'm not really interested in that is because there are already motherfuckers with PhDs attending like testimonies in
PTSD
front
for a
of.
PhD, though. It's
I
probably
mean,
not
kind
uncommon.
of. It kind of sounds like, yeah. But like our doctors, medical professionals who have been like studying medicine for many years, um, they're appearing in front of legislators and they're saying, "Hey, we know the data. Here is our data. It says that this is what people need and that it is good for everyone, actually. So let's not pass these laws. Let's not harm people. Let's not kill children. Um, let's not do that because we know that that's what's going to happen." And like if they're not going to listen to a cis doctor with a PhD, like they're not going to fucking listen to me. So like why? Why would I try to tell them my story and like try to like it just stresses me out and it feels so fruitless, you know. But yet they don't care, and they have been told, they do know that this is going to hurt and kill kids. It's going to hurt and kill people to have their medication, their access to transition taken away from them, and they just don't really give a shit. I do think that some of them, you know, they might not be like super opposed to trans people. They might not think that trans people are like an actual threat, but they might think, well, I do think they're a little bit gross to look at, and I don't really like thinking about people having genitals that I don't really expect. Or like maybe if I'm like on Pornhub for like a few minutes, like I can tolerate. But when it comes to like actually having trans people, like if I have to make the decision between maintaining power and hurting people, like they've got their priorities in where they want them to be.
Yeah. And I mean, some people in my chat, and I don't necessarily disagree with this on principle, is like the fact that we are going to be hurt and die is like maybe even the desirable result that they're going for. Like, and that's like a hard thing to convince normies of, that like, yeah, they know that this is going to result in more suicides and that's what they want. Like, they're not doing it in spite of the fact that this is going to hurt people. They're doing it because it will hurt people. I think your plan is a pretty smart one. Like, yeah, someone in my YouTube chat says relocating from Missouri to Minnesota and then to Canada is based political incrementalism. It's the only political incrementalism I will accept. I'm thinking like Seattle because I know a lot of queer people who live there, and that seems like
Expensive. The West Coast is so expensive.
Oh no, I know. I'm fully aware of how expensive it is. Yeah, and like my income isn't going to scale when I move because I'm self-employed as a streamer, but it's so close to like Vancouver, and like trans people who I know in Seattle are like they're the kind of like militant, like willing to defend ourselves kind of people. And like, I just don't know if there are as many of those type of folks in Minnesota. And like, also Minnesota is not near Vancouver, and like British Columbia has good trans healthcare. So that's sort of like, it's going to be expensive to live there, but I know people who live there, you know? So that seems like, you know, either way, going from Minnesota or from Washington into Canada, like that just, to me, it feels like the only viable option. Like, if I talk to my partner about this, like, and he's not on board with going, then like I'm probably just gonna have to go anyway, because it's not like I don't think that I'm willing to put my life at risk in that way. I have that keen sense that it's going to become very dangerous, and like even if we're not looking at the legislative thing, this is the other aspect of fascism that I don't think people acknowledge as much, is the stochastic terrorism aspect, that I'm afraid of being clocked in public because I might just be randomly shot. It doesn't even have to be the legislative process putting me in a camp. It could just be the citizen militia, basically, you know, little bit of the Sturman, whatever the fuck it was called. It was not exactly the SS, but there was a citizens one in Nazi Germany that was comprised of like students. Yeah. Do you have any of those issues, like with like the sense of danger of being in public? I don't know how it is in like your part of Missouri. I live in a pretty like fairly progressive part of Kansas. Like there's a few blue splotches around in Kansas, and even then, like even still, I am freaked out about being in public.
I'm in a pretty progressive area. Like it's a college town and it's actually pretty nice. Like we have our own LGBT organization here. So like that's huge. It's awesome. And like we've had, I think in our city, we had conversion therapy banned. Like we've had like a lot of like good local activism type of stuff. And like a lot of good support here. But despite that, there is we're kind of like an oasis in a sea of red. And so of course there's a lot of people who like come up here to like get their access to the local Walmart or whatever. And like while I don't experience like a lot of like harassment or like microaggressions and things like that, my girlfriend does.
For sure.
Because she is well, I mean there's like that focus, that hypervisibility on trans feminine people, and she's also not like super passing. So like if somebody clocks her, like we've had multiple times where like we'll be walking together in public, we'll be at a park or something, and like a stranger will like start saying shit to her. They'll like, and like it never starts with me. They don't do it to me, and I feel fairly safe walking around. Like I have this hat that says gay instead of Gap, and like I'll wear that around. But like if I'm like at a certain gas station outside of town, like I'll be like, all right, gonna
just
take
leave
my
that in the
hat
back
off
seat.
so I don't get hate crimed. Like there are some areas where like I don't feel safe for sure, where I'm like a little bit more cautious. But when it comes to like harassment and stuff actually happening, like my girlfriend has dealt with like a lot of shit here. Like, strangers saying like, what are you, or like laughing at her or like taking pictures of her. And like she doesn't really like to leave the house very much because of it, and it really sucks.
It's really scary.
Yeah, it is really scary.
And like, how free are we? If I feel like I can't put a trans sticker on my car because I'm worried about my car getting trashed, like if I'm not able to go to the gay club and dance because people have been like shot dead while dancing at a club, like how free are we really? Not very. It kind of feels like even even outside of the legislative, if it becomes strictly illegal in Tennessee for you to exit the house when you're cross-dressing, you know, that's one thing, but then like the actual just threat of interpersonal violence in this country is crazy. So I think that we should all be making our exit plans and taking this very seriously. If I don't know if you're familiar at all with any of these networks that are kind of starting to come up that are supportive refugee network type things, like one of my friends is involved in one called, it's like rainbowpassage.org. Their website is up.
I've heard of like Rainbow Railroad.
I've heard of Rainbow Railroad as well. Yeah. Rainbow Passage
like
just relocated their first person. Like I think they pulled them out of Florida living with unsupportive parents and put them, and they're like, they have a roommate situation in a supportive area. So yeah, if like anybody who needs to reach out, if you need to reach out, like you're on SSDI, obviously that doesn't leave you with very many resources. So if you do end up needing help, if you and your girlfriend need like any like assistance, you might be able to get in touch with rainbowpassage.org. Or if you wanted to, I'm going to try to get in touch with the organizer that I know to try to like see what capacity to which I can contribute to that. I can't really donate, but you know, is just each time they need to fundraise for a new person to relocate, I can help signal boost them. It's rainbowpassage.org though. Like, let me make sure that
Yeah,
that's the correct link.
There are some resources that I wanted to share with you here as well, for people in Missouri. I got a newsletter email from, I don't know, it was like some St. Louis like LGBT org, I think.
Mhm.
And like it seems like from what I've been told, like St. Louis right now has been like very, very active in leading, like helping people get to resources and stuff. I'm gonna send you a link on Discord. It has like a really big list. So like whatever way you think is gonna be like most appropriate to share that with people. And some of the stuff on here, one thing that I want people to be aware of is that Illinois, like I contacted Planned Parenthood of Illinois and they told me that they can take patients from Missouri. And
Yeah.
so like
Like, you don't
that's
have
an
to live there in
option.
order to receive care.
And technically they have a policy, like I think it's actually a state law or maybe it's like some kind of like a national policy or something. But like if you're doing telehealth, then they say, oh, you're supposed to be inside of the state. You have to go over the border into the state to do telehealth appointments. Like you can't be in your state and do, and it's like, realistically, are they going to be able to verify that you're not in the state? If you don't have access to a vehicle, like a lot of the time they aren't really going to know, and they aren't like, they want to help their patients. So if they can just pretend that their patient is in Illinois, a lot of the time they're probably going to do that for you realistically.
Yeah. It depends on
Yeah,
your doctor for sure, but there are going to be
yeah,
ones who
depends
are
on the
willing to
doctor.
help. And it's kind of like
Hmm.
when I first was getting transition care, there were like lists online of which ones were informed consent, like which ones weren't going to make you go through the whole rigmarole of psychoanalyzing and shit like that. Like there are going to be more and more resources like that as well, where queer networks will be like, ah, yes, this is the clinic that I'm going to. They don't really scrutinize too hard your address situation, like, so again, and yeah, using a VPN, of course, when you're accessing these websites and stuff is going to
Yeah.
be,
Something that I wanted to mention for like safety is, I think, especially if you're like a trans person of color driving with, if you get needles prescribed in Illinois and you're like driving back to Missouri, like you do not want a cop to see needles and a vial in your car.
I would recommend
That's,
ordering online in that case.
if you
Yeah.
can. Yeah, if that's something that you can do, or
A
like
local
hide.
pharmacy, like, because you can go to Walgreens and just get your supplies without a prescription. I've done that before, at least in
Mm,
Kansas. So yeah, that's
mhm.
another one I would
Oh,
recommend.
yeah, you can just straight up order your needles from Amazon. Like the
Hmm.
needles that I inject my girlfriend's estrogen with, they were from Amazon and they have been fine. So like that's a potential option, but it's just
Yeah.
like, I don't know if you've read the article that I mentioned in my video that I uploaded a little while ago about the two-spirit person who had a legal prescription to testosterone and they had needles and tea in their car, and yeah, they got treated very, very badly by the police. And like, you know, I just don't want something like that to happen to people. So if you can avoid having some stuff in your car, like that might be helpful. Because like you're already going to be, there's a potential that we could be subjected to more scrutiny and brutality and all that, just being trans. But
Yeah, random
yeah.
searches. And like black people obviously are already intimately familiar with that experience. Like they already don't do things like not use their turn signal, like,
Mhm.
and I think that that's like, I guess, part of the adjustment for white trans people is having to recognize that our mere existence is going to start being policed in that same way. Merely existing in public, um, in a way that is like appears to be transgender. Like part of the reason that I'm worried is because I'm a lot more femme presenting than I used to be, like earlier in my transition. So I changed my ID to say male when Trump was
Oh.
in office, and now I don't bother to bind in public as much anymore, which means that I'm more likely to be perceived as trans feminine. Um, mm, I'm not
Yeah, I
excited
was
about
gonna
that.
ask you, like, have people thought that you were a trans woman before and like harassed you for that?
Not really in public. Uh, I really don't deal with very much difficulty in public. I think that people sometimes stare at me, but I also like wear an N95 mask everywhere. So
Mm.
it's like kind of just whichever way I pitch my voice is sort of the determining factor. Yeah, so I don't personally experience a lot of that, but if I were to be in a situation where my ID is being looked at, then
Mhm.
I could potentially be like facing violence. And so I try to do everything I can to not get pulled over. Like, you want to reduce the number of police interactions you have to 0, if at all possible. As a white person, that's relatively easy. And then as far as, it's just drive the limit and don't do stupid shit. Use your turn signal. Pretty much act like any moment something could go dramatically wrong, because frankly, all of us are just one bad police interaction away from being permanently disabled or dead.
Mhm.
And that's you never know what cop you're gonna get. You never know how they're gonna treat you. If you can passably seem like an innocent little white girl, maybe that'll help you. If you can seem like a good old boy country man trans boy, like sometimes that works. Kind of depends on the moment, but
Mhm. Yeah, like it was the day after the shooting in Nashville. I was driving and a police officer was in front of me, and I had just finished reading like conservative Twitter talking about how yeah, women taking testosterone, it makes their brains fried and it makes them dangerous and they'll fucking kill you, like
yeah.
they're dangerous. And I'm like, oh my god, if a cop realizes that I'm trans, like the day after this has happened, like am I gonna be safe? And I just had like I had a really bad time. And it was a little bit lucky because I was driving to therapy and my therapist helped me calm down from that.
Listen,
And
that
and I've
breakdown could not have
also
had better timing.
yeah, exactly. And I've also been like really grateful for my therapist too, because like as a black man, like he's been able to like help me navigate like minority stress.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, like for white trans people, this is an adjustment for me, because like when I was like, I don't know, 13, I realized I was like pansexual, but
Mm-hmm.
like I was very often in like straight passing relationships, and I didn't necessarily look queer, but even if I did, it's like if I looked like a queer cis woman before I started transitioning, then like it didn't really raise a lot of eyebrows or like put me in a whole lot of danger. Not saying that it doesn't happen, because it does, but like my proximity to privilege was much more secure
Mm-hmm.
before I started transitioning, and after I started transitioning, like last few years, um, it has been like a really big adjustment to realize like how unsafe I am sometimes, and like it's kind of a lot to handle. Like sometimes it's like a grieving of like the safety that I used to have, because
Mm-hmm.
there's been times where like I go on road trips and I'll be driving through an area that to my eyes just straight up look like a sundown town type of area,
Yeah.
like, and I'm like, um I wish I would have taken the long way on the big highways, because like if I stop and go to the bathroom right now, like is somebody gonna like tell me I'm not supposed to be in there? And like the last few months I've started passing a lot better, but I do like, surprisingly, despite having like a mustache and everything, like I'm 5'2" with a giant ass, and so like a lot of the time like I'll still get misgendered, like, and then people see my face and then they kind of look like they have this expression like, oh, oops, I'm confused.
Yeah, my
But
cis male partner
like,
has long hair, so he used to have that sort of similar thing where people would see him from behind and be like talking to him like he's a woman, and he just turns around and there's a beard, like just a full face beard.
yeah,
Yeah.
um, yeah, like learning to navigate, like adjusting to like for a lot of minorities, it's something that they're born into, and it's something like with the way that they appear, like a racial minority, especially, um, and so like, man, it does really bad shit to your brain. It's incredibly traumatic to live in a world that doesn't want you there, and like imagining dealing with that, growing up with that as like a little kid, sounds really awful. And like as a 30-year-old, adjusting to it is like so overwhelming and disheartening. And man, it's just It's a lot. It's definitely a lot sometimes.
Yeah. I've realized recently, like, if I were black, I would have fucking lost it by now. Like,
Mm.
long, long, long ago, I would have absolutely fucking lost it. And I like that's why I don't go to protests because I will fucking lose it. I do not trust myself to like see police fucking someone up and not go and like kick someone in the face.
Yeah.
Like I don't know that I wouldn't do that, which is why I stay home. I have my teenage siblings. I'm like prioritizing keeping myself safe so that I can provide them with a place to go when they're ready to graduate high school. And get them out of the state. Like my brother is 16 and hopefully we can keep him on his medicine while he lives there, but like he might not be able to stay on it. So might be a situation where like his access to healthcare is imminently needing to be addressed. Not to mention our more long-term safety in this country. So
Wish he could just move.
I
wish
know.
he could move in with you.
Well, I mean, I have like a pretty small place where I live right
Oh, that
now.
makes sense.
But yes, I mean, that is the goal longer term is like when I have more space, like basically my lease is going to be up in this apartment in like December. So I have to decide by August whether I'm renewing my lease or not. And I'm hoping that I'll be making enough money by then to be able to move into a bigger apartment or something. So yeah, it's a tough time. And like that's not a situation I don't really want to do that. I don't really want to have my teenage siblings living with me. Like that kind of sounds like it's going to suck in some ways, but it's literally the only option.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a choice. It's not like the right choice. It's the only choice. And a lot of us are having to make that calculation. And yeah, I hope that we can pull together and as a community get these resources, establish these like hubs where we're getting people out. I know some folks in Pennsylvania are starting to try to like concentrate the number of queer people there. Minnesota, Seattle, Portland, California, like it's going to increase the polarization between blue and red states, but we need to get some of these queer kids to safety. So ultimately, at the end of the day, I think like any discussion on this subject, that's kind of where it always ends is when people ask for solutions, like, what do you expect us to do? You can vote if you want. You can send messages to your elected representatives if you want. I am not optimistic that that's going to make a difference. I can be hopeful that things will get better in this country, but I am not optimistic about that prospect. I think it's just going to get worse and that we should really take that seriously and make our exit plans. Make more friends who are trans also. Like, stop holding people accountable for stupid shit that doesn't matter. Like, I don't know.
Oh man, like it is really frustrating to me because like right now is not a time to be like fighting over like
bi lesbians and like
shit like that. It's just there's our lives are in danger right now, and it's like we just shouldn't be fighting about that shit. That's just not what we need to be talking about. It's really frustrating, and I really hate how much division there is in the queer community. It's so dangerous. Like, okay, so I attended at my local LGBT org last weekend. So this was like a few days after the emergency rule was issued, and so it happened on Thursday, and it was on Sunday that I went to this event, and it was coffee with queers. So we're just all LGBT people and any local allies just come over and have some coffee and hang out. And like me and the trans people there are like still like actively terrified and like talking to each other about what's going on and like how to get resources and things. And like the cis queer people just kind of come up and they're like, oh, what's going on? Like they don't know what's happening.
Oh God.
I'm like, geez, why? Why do you guys not? It's just like that proximity to hegemony and privilege. It's what I've seen some people describe, like cis gay people as doing, is climbing up the escape ladder and pulling it up behind them.
Yeah, for sure.
And it is really sad and frustrating to me, especially like they either don't realize or they don't care that it's going to be them next. Like they're going to come back for the gays, the cis gays, after they're done with the trans people, after they you know, extract everything out of us that they can. They've got to move on to the next minority.
It's not like they aren't already intimating at making gay marriage illegal. Like when
Yeah.
Ketanji Brown Jackson was being, when she was doing her whole hearings before being appointed as a justice thing, like some of the, I remember like when they're asking her these questions about like, do you consider these issues settled matters of law, blah, blah, blah. And like one of the issues that came up, one of these Republican white men was gay marriage. And I was like, excuse me? Like, I don't even know why I was listening to these confirmation hearings, but I was. And I was just like, excuse the fuck out of me? Like, oh, we're really rolling back gay marriage now? And then, yeah, there are even, there's intimations that the rollback of Roe v. Wade could, because it's related to the 14th Amendment, could also impact like interracial marriage. It could go so far as that. So like, yeah, if anybody doesn't think that they want full on slavery of black people is like as their end goal, like women subservient in the kitchen, baby factories only, men overwhelmingly laborers with no power, few white men owning land, only voters, everyone else subservient. Like if people think that they don't want like reject modernity, return to tradition, i.e. slavery and plantations, like that's kind of where we're at, which just sounds like fucking insane. He's trying to say that to people. So yeah, we tried not to reveal our power level too much, but they certainly are starting to reveal what their intentions are, and hopefully it radicalizes more people. We can keep our fingers crossed anyway. But I have to pee so badly, and I think we've mostly talked about all the different aspects of this at this point. Is there anything else you want to shout out at the end? If you end up running a GoFundMe, I will link that, by the way. Like if you are trying to escape and you need some help with that, I will shout out links to those things.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
I do have like a list of resources that I would like to share, and so like it's actually in the link that I sent you, but I'll try to go over it pretty quickly. So starting tomorrow, Plume, which you might have heard of, it's like a male pharmacy for HRT. They'll offer no cost appointments for people looking to obtain HRT before April 27th. So it's going to be between Monday and I guess Wednesday, 6-month prescriptions for testosterone and 12-month prescriptions for estrogen. So that's like no cost, free appointments for trans Missourians who are going to need some medication. So that's in the link. That's Plume. And we also have, oh, actually, they already got booked on the testosterone. So that sucks. Testosterone. So something I didn't mention in this is that testosterone is a controlled substance, so
yeah,
that's something to keep in mind, that is going to be harder for us to like get access to, and like it's not going to be easy for trans feminine people. I don't want to like make it seem like a comparison thing, but for a lot of trans feminine people,
I mean, it's just less stigmatized and like legally safer for them to do.
Yes.
Yeah. You know, so
estrogen and anti-androgens are like a gray market item, so that's a thing to keep in mind. Between now and April 27th, a small group of therapists in Missouri have open slots for like letters of support for gender affirming healthcare. So one-time appointments between 60 and 90 minutes long. If you need like a letter for getting into compliance with the laws or something, I think that's what this focuses on. So there's a link and like a contact information here. And there's a link to the map of informed consent HRT places in the country. No therapy required. Like you just go there and you're able to start HRT there. And they also recommend the Trans Resistance Network. So that's like a collective of experienced organizers and allies. So that's something I haven't checked out yet. So I'm gonna look at that soon. And yeah, so like that link that I gave you, I think that should be like safe to share, as long as like you think that it's not going to get a whole bunch of conservative eyeballs or like transphobic eyeballs on it to like flood it. And
yeah, I don't really get that kind of attention on my channel, thankfully.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, I posted the link in chat, and I'll post it up in the Discord as well, if anybody wants to access it later in the Discord. Yeah, I'll probably tweet that as well because we need as much info as we can for people. Even if you go the route where you're like, okay, I'm gonna go to Illinois, and get that done, or like if you happen to have a transgender family member, or no, sorry, if you happen to have a cisgender family member who could be prescribed low testosterone prescription, I'm not gonna suggest anything about that, but
Yeah, that's something I've been talking to people too, is like there could be ways of acquiring things. Just think
it's
about
so
it a little
easy.
bit.
This is what I mean about gender affirming care being so much easier for cis people is like you can just as a man be like, I can't get dick hard. Please give me testosterone. And they just fucking will.
Yes. Yeah, so like if your grandpa's an ally, hit up your grandpa,
Oh God. Oh man. It's true though. But yeah.
I also wanted to say to your chat, like if there's if they had like any questions for me and I wasn't able to get to it because like I didn't want to look at chat because I knew I would be like
I get so distracted.
Yeah, so like you could definitely like go on my channel and you can put stuff there, or like I use the same username on Twitter and Reddit's probably like one of the better ways to reach out to me. So yeah, I can try to like direct people to resources or answer questions if they have some questions. So
yeah.
yeah.
And like I just posted the link in the chat there. You all should subscribe to Oliver. And so any updates that you post on your YouTube page, people will be able to see. If you end up needing to crowdfund or anything, folks can find that info. And trans cat dad, it's trans_cat dad on Twitter, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So feel free to, not just feel free to, you should go subscribe and follow on Twitter.
Thank you.
Yes.
I appreciate that. It's been like really awesome talking to you, and not gonna lie, I was like a little bit starstruck because I've been watching you for like, I don't know, like probably 3 years or something.
I just pretend like that doesn't exist. And I think that makes it a lot easier for people to talk to me because I just pretend like there is no potential for being starstruck. People are like, oh my God, I'm nervous. And I'm like, LOL, why? I'm a dipshit. But yeah, no, you're awesome. Thank you for coming on and talking with us. Obviously, like, it's good to hear from people on the ground. I'm 1 degree separated from someone who's directly affected. It's not quite the same as being directly affected. So yeah, thank you so much for sharing those resources as well. I'm sure that's going to be like the more people get to knowing about those things, the better. This is frustrating.
Also, there's something I wanted to tell your chat, which is Audre Lorde said that caring for myself is not self-indulgence, it is self-preservation, and that is an act of political warfare. So, like, right now, if you're feeling like I can't take any care of anybody but myself right now, like I'm so overwhelmed, I'm distressed, I'm numb, I can't handle this, and I feel guilty because I can't do activism, I can't do outreach, and like honestly, this is one of those like put the oxygen mask on yourself first situations, and like try not to feel guilty because like I know like I've spent many years of like basically just sitting in my house and like not being able to do the stuff that I want to do, and like I know how that feels. So like there's a whole lot of us, and all of us are going to do our best to like pick up the pieces and like unravel the giant tapestry of problems that our community is facing. So like if one day you feel able to do it and you can only do like a little bit, or maybe you can't do anything and all you can do is take care of yourself. Like I don't want like queer and trans people to feel guilty about not being able to do stuff like this, because it's really hard and it's really scary, it's really stressful, and yeah, I just don't want you guys to feel bad about it. I want you to take care of yourselves. That's what I want your audience to do.
If your existence is being stigmatized and made increasingly illegal, then your mere existence is an act of rebellion, and it's like a radical action in and of itself for trans people to state that we're trans, to make those moves in our lives to become like to embody transness. Like it's radical. And even if you're closeted and you know that someday you're going to be able to come out, the knowledge that you are keeping yourself safe for the future of your most embodied self, like that's still important. Rest is important, definitely. Like, yeah, I second that message for sure. Surviving is rebellion. Rule number 1, don't die. We stole it from Demon Mama. Rule number 1. Yeah, so I for sure appreciate you coming on. Thank you for joining the website. Hope to see you around more in the future. And, you know, if there are any prescient updates on this, we could potentially do more chats later. I know that we talked previously about going more in depth about, or you messaged me at some point about like the whole abortion access as a trans man thing. So perhaps some other occasion we could like talk about that in more detail. Sure doesn't feel as relevant now, but like, for sure. So yeah, thank you again, Ollie, for coming on. I really appreciate you. And I hope that you have a good rest of your day.
Heck yeah, you too. It's good talking to you.
Yeah. Bye. Okay. I have to pee so bad. Oh, I really do. I have to pee so bad. I'm going to be right back. That was a good convo. Oh yeah, love and rage, the path of liberation through anger. I'm going to have to write that down and save it for later. Oh yeah, so I wrote down enough of those keywords earlier that I'll be able to look it up. That sounds really good. Okay. Good convo. Excellent moment. Time for urination, and I'm going to get myself some more coffee. And then we have more news. Yes. Follow Trans Cat Dad. Follow on Twitter, etc. Be good. Okay? Okay. So I've discovered that there is a downside to having 3 beverages at your desk, and that is the raging piss that you take when you're finally ready to get to the bathroom. Oh my goodness. Anyway, Crazy Kudos, thank you so much for the $10 dono. I really appreciate that. Yeah, that was an excellent conversation. I really rarely have people on, but I thought that was really good, and I'm glad that we did it. And now there's so much more news. Oh my god, there's so much news today. Oh gosh. Try having 3 beverages and taking 200 milligrams of Spiro every day. RIP. Rest in pieces. Gonna have to, I guess, like, speed run the Orky. Anyway. Oh my gosh, the cats were so adorable. Like, they're so fluffy. Yeah, absolutely. There's like, you can feel the muscles in your face soften when you see the cat show up on screen. Just so wonderful. I am not able, I guess I should take a picture sometime. I should take a picture the next time I visit my cat and then post it to the YouTube or something. I watch the stream on mobile so I can take you to the bathroom. Yeah, I have done that before. I'll be like doing chores and stuff around the house, and I'll be like, I really want to listen to this Vaush stream or whatever. So I'll put Vaush on my phone, and then I'll also have it open on my computer so that I can be like listening on my phone. And then when I have a comment that I want to make, I can like run back to my computer and go. I have cat envy because my 2 cats have been boycotting my desk ever since we brought home the puppy. Oh no. Oh gosh. Yeah, Rotsoy. I never even imagined in my life that I would feel what the Jews felt during World War II when facing genocide, and I'm starting to feel it now. Like, I never imagined that I would need to consider the possibility of that ever happening in my lifetime. You learn about the Holocaust and you're like, that's a thing that happened in the past, and it will not happen again in the future. Very strange. If they ban gender-affirming care, I'll do the Orky myself. Only reason I haven't done one already is because I want to get vaginoplasty and they can just chop them then. Right, like you might as well just go ahead and do it all at once kind of situation. Makes sense. It can't happen here as a gateway to fascism. Right, like imagine if when we were going over the Holocaust in school, we adopted an attitude of like, and that's why when we see someone wearing a swastika in the United States, we kick them out of our businesses and we refuse to have polite conversation with them. Like, imagine if we actually taught in school that you need to be like violent toward Nazis in order to prevent them from gaining power. Like, that's like my opinion. And like, I feel like Richard Spencer has for sure lost some prominence ever since he got cold cocked. And that was kind of what we were talking about. It's kind of what Oliver and I were talking about, is like making like a meme out of it, ridiculing them. You know, it's not just that we punched Richard Spencer, you know, that one comrade who did it. It's that we memed the fuck out of it. Boil him, punch him, put him in a stew. What's my favorite one? Oh, yeah. This is the one. This is like my favorite meme, I think, of Richard Spencer getting punched in the face. This is like my favorite one. Deck the halls with boughs of holly. I don't know. That's just a personal favorite of mine. It's marvelous. I know, it's marvelous. We only talk about the Nazis when they already had power, and we never talk about the stuff that led up to them taking power. Yeah, the American education system has truly failed us on this one. I really think that we should make more of an effort to teach the gruesome things. Like, yeah, we want to protect children from the gruesome realities, but also if you don't teach them the gruesome realities, they're just going to grow up thinking that it wasn't so bad. I'm not saying like an 8-year-old needs to know about the gas chambers or whatever, but like by the time they're 13 or 14, yeah, they should know about the horrendous, you should see the picture of the pile of shoes and everything, right? Maybe we need another angle. Punch a Fascist Day should be a national holiday. I think that would be fucking hilarious. Anyway, what's something fun that we can do now? Let's watch Matt Walsh get owned by a Vaush fan. Wait, where? I have this open somewhere. I have a tab open already? Do I have a tab somewhere for this? Nope, this is a debate between Michael Knowles and some other person. Shush. Silence. Vaush? I'm worried about when the kids currently being not educated under Republicans end up ruling, grow up and then become fascists. I know. Like, if the parents are teaching their kids all about Jesus and nothing about gay people, like, are you like how are we going to educate them if we all move away? It just kind of seems like it's going to result in America becoming even more polarized, the more left-wing people who just like leave. It's like the reason why there's, I think, a decent amount of polarization is that, yeah, you have gay people who like grow up in small town fucking Kansas and they hate it here, and so they go to California. And then you have fewer and fewer Democratic voters, but also you can't really expect people to stay in a place where they don't have any community. Like, I visited the Holocaust Museum in DC when I was in high school. It was rough, TBH. I've never visited a Holocaust museum, but I did. I was thinking about it during our conversation and just kind of didn't come up naturally. But one of the big things that sort of integrated me into the queer community and like integrated my understanding of this as a shared, You know, we didn't grow up with trans and queer people in our families. I mean, I had gay uncles, but they weren't like really involved in my life. They weren't like role models to me or anything, and they didn't pass on the community knowledge. Like, I have an uncle who died of AIDS right before I was born. I didn't know anything about him really, because it was just like a fact that he died, and we didn't really talk about it that much. But when I went to an AIDS art exhibit in, I want to say 2017, when I went to Chicago that time, we went to an art exhibit for HIV/AIDS, and it was like really emotionally devastating, because it was the first time that I realized, like, this is the legacy of our community. Like, this is what I have inherited. Like, I have inherited like all these fucked up things. Like, one painting was, someone did a painting of like what the world looks like through their eyes after they were taking some HIV controlling medication that was making them go blind. Lots of art about HIV/AIDS was made with infected blood, like doing art with infected blood and stuff like that. And like, there was one, oh God, this one really fucked me up. There was an art exhibit that was a bunch of pennies. And you know, it was like each penny has a year on it. Like, they print new pennies every year. And this person, it was just like a little ledge on like the wall. It almost, you could ignore it and like not even recognize that there was art there. But it was just each of these pennies, like starting the year that they were born. And the artist would come back every year to put one down until he died. And then there's like no more pennies after that. And you're just like you just don't know what to do, you know, when you are suddenly faced with the devastating realization of this. Like, that is what it means to be queer. Maybe there should be organized moving to a town to make it gay. Like, would that help eventually? That's kind of what's going on in Pennsylvania with the Rainbow Passage. That's not to say that they will only relocate you to Pennsylvania, but that part of what Amy and Rev were saying as part of their like organization of it is that they do want to increase the number of people in Pennsylvania who are queer and trans, you know? Just realized the link between the 9/11 shoe pick and the Holocaust shoes pick. I didn't even know that there was a 9/11 shoe pick. What are you talking about? I'm glad that I don't have kids. If I did, I think I would homeschool them or send them to private school. Public schools are crap anymore. I'm not like enthused about the fact that my siblings have been mostly homeschooled, but I'm also like glad that they didn't have the risk of getting mass shootered and like having to do shooter drills. We never did shooter drills when I was in school. I graduated before that was a thing. Although there had been school shootings, but we didn't start like normalizing those kind of drills. I cannot imagine what that would do to your fucking psychological experience at school. Homeschooling is just not a great idea, TBH. Okay, listen, I am tutoring my teenage siblings, and like kind of effectively I'm taking over some of their homeschooling is like basically the situation. And I know for a fact that I'm going to be teaching them things that they aren't learning otherwise. And like, so when you are homeschooling, you do have to proactively make an effort to get kids involved in social activities. But I also do think that public schools are shit and that they should be better funded so that they're less shit. I also graduated before the drills, but I did go to the same school at the same time as the Club Q shooter, so there's that. True. Oh no, your glass is broken half. No! You have like the dorky ass Harry Potter like tape on your glasses. Oh man, glasses are expensive too. Oh no. Oh gosh. Massachusetts schools are amazing. They're supportive of children who are neurodivergent or queer or both. I've had tape on glasses. It sucks. Yeah. I gotta, like, that's one thing I've got going for me. I thank my mom for her eyeball genes. That's why I had to wear these straight man glasses today. No. Well, hopefully it's at least a recent-ish prescription and you're not, like, having difficulty seeing because you're using old glasses. You've never needed glasses, jealous. Yeah, listen, privilege. Eyeballs can't wear jeans. No. My high school had an active shooter a few years before I moved there, and my classmates were definitely traumatized by the experience. I guess I'm just not familiar with this pic of a shoe. Like 9/11 picture of shoe? There have been 2 suicides at my high school in my year. I've heard that there are more suicides among young people, like that there's an increase. Yeah, Trans Cat Dad is in the chat. Yes, that's what the orange name means, fellow creator in the chat. I felt so upset about George Floyd, etc. But as a white person, it's a different feeling. A year later, realizing I'm trans and getting a girlfriend and suddenly feeling the fear and stress personally hits different. I agree, Soy Boy. It's like, I mean, even being trans and knowing that there are scary things happening in Florida, like suddenly when it's my little brother in Missouri, like it hurts so much more. Like it is so much harder for me to cover news about Missouri than it is for me to talk about news anywhere else, because I have to like try not to cry when I'm talking about what's going on in Missouri. Like it's so sad. I create porn. Can I get an orange name? I mean, I guess technically, like, I guess mostly I reserve it for, like, fellow streamers and stuff. But, I mean, we support sex workers in this chat. Why not? Oh, come on, please. There you go. We spice things up. We get some colors going. Actually, does the orange show up if you have a sub? I gave you the creator button, but I think that you might still show up green since you've a gifted sub. Well, too late now. I might change it back later. I don't know. Just for fun. It does show up. It supersedes your green. It supersedes the green. I'm a simp, Lux. Can I get an orange name? Just a special color for simps. Yeah, look at all that variety in color there. Look at that. We got the green and the orange and the blue and the purple. It's beautiful. And then there's Slaps Hungry Bears ruining it. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Oh, boy. I was joking about wanting the orange name. I do make the porn. Okay, I'll give it back. I'll take it away. You can't have it anymore. No more orange name. Anyway, you need a blue check mark the simp color. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, purple is the simp color. Yeah, it's behind a paywall. Lux pulling an Elon and giving out subscriptions against their will. True. I know, there's no moderators today. Okay, here. Now there's pink. There you go. Let's see. Don't tempt me, I'm broke AF. Yeah, no worries, Slaps Hungry Bears. Okay, so there was the Vaush. The Vaush! Do I have a link for that? Vaush fan debates Matt Walsh. Vaush. Okay, and it was right about the 40-minute mark. Okay. Shush! I know, that's such a good color of purple. That's the good. That's the, like, you did the highest donation you could do through the website. So, it's royal purple, for sure. I've been thinking about getting into streaming once I'm set up in my new place. I'm moving into my own apartment this week, first time living totally alone. Cursed audio incoming. I know. Oh, wait, is the audio bad from... Oh, so because it's from an event where it's all a bunch of live, like, mics and things. But yeah, Has the debate been covered yet? No, we're actually about to start that part, Jason. Welcome in. We're running long on this stream today. Probably we're going to run at least until 4. So if you're interested in supporting the show, consider dropping me a dono, because this is my full-time job, and I'm going to need to take custody of 2 teenagers next year, and in order to do that, I need to be able to afford a new apartment. So please consider dropping a dono if you can. If you got a tax return, boy howdy, I owe $1,000 in taxes, so share the love if you can. And even if you can't donate, that's cool. We appreciate you hanging out. Hit the like button. Even if you're not going to hang out with us for very long, go ahead and hit the like button before you go. We're so close to getting 100 likes this stream. Wouldn't that be lovely? I lived alone for a little while back in college, but of course the loans were on forbearance and I had an allowance from summer work at the time. It's tough. We got to bring back the tradition of throwing rotten tomatoes at stage, at people who suck on stage. That would be fun. But then you'd get all, like, accused of assault and stuff. But have you considered that teens are really mean sometimes? I think that teenagers are mean when their parents are not involved in their lives. Are you talking, like, my siblings are mean to each other sometimes, but they're both very respectful to me. That means I gotta let my tomatoes rot. I know, you gotta let them get squishy. So that it's less of a harmful form of assault. We love coffee. Okay. I know that Vaush is a controversial figure, right? But I will say the one thing that he's good at is arming people with more and more arguments to use, particularly in favor of trans rights. This is one of the things that I appreciate so much about Vaush, is that he has equipped a bunch of cis normies to talk about trans issues with some nuance and with good argumentations. Whatever else you think he's done wrong, I think that overall he's making a positive effect in that regard. And so one of those things that I wanted to take a look at today is that a Vaush fan, whose name I should probably know, I saw him on Reddit earlier, actually. I should probably figure out who it was so that I don't just say a Vaush fan, because that feels really rude. What were him name? Okay, Reddit, are you gonna fucking... Are you working? Please? Okay, we go to Vaush subreddit. Okay. Okay, maybe he'll say his name when we see him in the video, but he's on Reddit. There's, it's user _ FWEB on Reddit is the guy who debated Matt Walsh. So, Vaushite. Yeah, his name is Vaushite. Officially, that is your name. That is your name now, sure. So let's get this video all queued and ready, because this is like an event where Matt Walsh is speaking, and some people are coming up to the microphone to ask him questions. Will horses be mentioned? You know, it remains to be seen. We would love to see it. All right, so let's see if Vaush has done a good job equipping this fan to have a little live debate with Matt Walsh at the University of Iowa.
Okay, you got your clicks, buddy.
Okay, we're getting the last person off of there.
And I'll answer this.
Whoa. Cursed audio. What is wrong with you?
So
oh my god, why? So cursed. I turned it so much further down. How can I even make it quieter?
Don't we do this all the time?
what you're asking me is, do we put...
Okay, so this has been edited by Matt Walsh also, is another thing. Yeah, I apologize for the audio being terrible. I tried to adjust the volume. Okay, so this is edited by Matt Walsh, meaning that we're not going to necessarily see all of it. So let's see. Oh, you love the little gay flag pin there. That's lovely. That's what happened on Vaush stream. Did it blow out everybody's eardrums? Also, what's up, Amused Pinup? I saw Piplup, Amused Piplup. I saw you join the website earlier. Thank you so much for hanging out. We need to get the unedited one from somewhere. The audio is going to be terrible no matter what. So let's accept our cursed existence.
As you say, the benefit, the well-being of human beings above the truth. And what I'm telling you is that is the ultimate false dichotomy. We do not have to choose between those two. In fact, there is the ultimate well-being for a human being is to live in the truth with a deep recognition of truth. And that's how you...
I mean, this isn't a new thing. I mean, we do this already with religion, for example. We've never seen anybody walk on water.
What is happening? I can't make it. Wait, what? There's no CC on this video. Oh my god, okay. I don't even know what he said. Hold on.
We do this already with religion, for example. We've never seen anybody walk on water.
He said we do this already with religion, for example. We've never seen anybody walk on water. What is happening?
We've never seen anybody walk on water, but there are so many stories of people who have been changed by by God. They've seen the light of God. And so we sort of turn a blind eye to science, right?
That's good to ask the theocratic fascist. I think that's a good question to ask him.
Need science because it's for our benefit.
We're gonna let someone else ask a few questions.
Sounds like they're kind of scared of the answer.
Before you walk away, though, hey, wait a minute. Because anyone who comes up, and if you want to argue with me about the trans stuff, it's great. I'm glad we can have the conversation. But we're talking about truth. We're talking about biological sex. So I always have to ask the question at the end. I mean, everyone knows what the question is going to be. But so what is a woman? Can you define the term?
I think the answer to what is a woman is a person who aligns with feminine traits that we traditionally associate with females.
That's a really long answer.
Or that people that align with the feminine side of the spectrum. So that's my answer. And I think that answer should, the definition of everything changes over time. And as we continue to learn more about what humans can really be, I think that can continue to grow. And I hope you understand that.
Okay.
But I just want to make clear that you
I can't
told
hear.
me to leave as soon as I
hear
brought up a point that you didn't want to respond to. So
He said I can't hear you, even though like we can still hear. Like he's at the same volume. That's super weird.
I couldn't hear what you say your last comment.
I was just saying I want to point out that you asked me to leave as soon as I brought up something you didn't want to respond to. So
what did I want to respond
I will
to?
freely leave. Absolutely. I mentioned religion being a source of where we deny or look past science for the greater sense of humanity.
I like how this guy is framing this. I like how this dude is framing it as like, he kind of frames it as though religion is a good thing. He's like, we set aside science and reason in order to believe in religion for the good of humanity. Like, he really is kind of playing on Matt being required to agree with him here. That's super, super fucking awesome.
And you asked me to
I did
leave.
respond to that. Okay. I responded to that quite directly. So
I'm sorry I can't hear you.
all right.
Oh, solid. Oh my god. Hey, Silent, welcome in. What's up? We're just chilling. We're just vibing. We're just enjoying ourselves a little bit here. Oh man, this Chad, like literally this is the embodiment of the Chad versus soy meme. I know, he's so mad.
Thank you for your question.
Next question. So, I still can't hear you.
I can't hear you. You gotta speak up. All right. Thank you for your question.
That's so soy. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, dude, is that it? Is that the whole thing?
I do want to just to, if we could follow up on one point, a woman is someone who aligns with feminine traits. You know, two problems with that. Number one, you are reinforcing very
gender
strictly the very
stereotypes.
gender roles the left has
Blah blah
spent
blah blah blah
decades
blah blah
trying
blah
to
blah
tear
blah
down.
blah.
Number two, you know, what does the word feminine mean? The word feminine means things that are associated with women, and so you're defining woman by saying the people that do things that are associated with women, and so that's a circular definition. Doesn't make any sense. Okay.
Yeah, and like not acknowledging that the definition of woman that you put forth, yeah, like I was saying earlier, like adult human female, maybe you should have to define adult and human and female, and like try to find a way to define female that isn't circular here. And yes, someone pointed out earlier, like, for sure you need to have Matt Walsh address the adult part of adult human female, since he seems to have such a difficult time grasping that. Yeah, he addresses the point after the guy is gone, but refuses to address the point that there are some cases in which Matt himself will ignore science in favor of the way that people feel and their personal experience with Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, or what have you. Just absolutely absurd nonsense. And like, just look at his little smarmy face. Just look at his little smarmy face. What a fascist, God. Yeah, what is a child? Define child. Oh no. Yeah, define a Seahawks fan without reference to either the city of Seattle or the NFL football team Seahawks. Do you think that he thinks he won? I don't know. I think that he recognizes that he lost, which is why he started saying, I can't hear you. He's like, I'm going to pretend like I can't address your point because I can't hear you. I love the Chad Vaushite. We love him. Right, there's an inherent contradiction of religious fascists using the veneer of science and truth when they really just don't care about it. He knows he's been bodied. Oh my god. He does look flushed red. He's either embarrassed or drunk. Does he seem kind of drunk in this? Someone call the cops. I just saw a snuff film, y'all. Oh boy. It's definitely an extra twist of the knife that the guy actually has a chin. Oh my god, truly. He's got the chiseled, he's got like, just got the chin. And Matt Walsh is sitting there with his like, little like soy beard covering the fact that he doesn't have a chin. Walsh strikes me as an alcoholic for sure. I really hope that his wife leaves him. I really do. I hope that she gets out of there. Least prepared Vaushite. I feel like you need to have a more solid answer ready. If you're going to go talk to Matt Walsh, just understand that he is going to ask you what is a woman, and you need to have an answer ready that is better than, like, someone who identifies with womanhood. Like, yeah, that is the definition that we kind of go with as a community, you know. A woman is anybody who is a woman, kind of is how it actually works in practice. But yeah, need to have something more regimented and like clear prepared. And I personally do think that you should just twist it around on them and stop acting defensively, because they're trying to like chase us. And if you're like giving chase when you're defending yourself, you're like running away when you need to turn around and demand that they answer. Like, if his assertion is that a woman is an adult human female, then explain what all of those constituent words mean. The only thing I know about Matt Walsh's wife is that she has had 6 kids and 5 miscarriages, and they've been married a decade. So basically, she is never not pregnant. Right, I know. And like, he was tweeting a while back about all a man wants is like a happy wife and kids and dinner on the table when he gets home. And everybody was very, very much like, oh, something going wrong at home right now. Something in the Walsh household not going so good. Poor guy. The only thing is that she probably doesn't have any money or resources to get divorced, you know? Like, you just kind of have to have $300. She's probably also a fascist, to be honest. Maybe. I wonder how old she was when they got married. That's a question that I have. Matt Walsh seems like the kind of guy who would challenge someone to a fight in the parking lot and then call security. Oh man. That was a fucking banger. That was too funny. Oh no. Matt in bed be like, I am an adult human male with a brain. Oh, his wife is the one at the end of the documentary who tells him a woman is an adult human female. I mean, that doesn't mean that she wasn't a grooming victim. She's active on Twitter. She tweeted that no animals like Matt at all. You gotta trust those animal instincts, y'all. Trust your own instincts. Matt Walsh does not seem like a person who I would be comfortable being stuck in an elevator with. Anyway. Drink more chocolate milk. Some of the chocolate milk. You know when the chocolate powder just kind of gets stuck to the side of the cup? And there's no way to really mix it in because you didn't put a spoon in your cup? I'm not comfortable being stuck on the planet with him. Oh my god, true. Jockey milk. He made a video talking about his family wanting a dog, and the way he talked about this dog let me know he hates animals. Yeah, I just didn't put a spoon in my cup. No spoon in my cup. Body shaming is wrong, but Matt Walsh totally has cadaver skin on his face. Like, IDK, man, his face freaks me the fuck out. I make fun of Walsh for not having a chin. It's not because I think that having a chin is a good thing. It's because I know that he would think that it's a genetic inferiority thing. Like, it's because he grows an insecurity beard, you know? I feel like people aren't familiar with how widespread church grooming is, where a man will basically, quote, befriend a young girl in the congregation and marry her the second she's 18. I've seen some instances where a guy will, like, help a girl get admitted to college and then, like, help put her through college and then marry her after. Sleepy Sarah Quill, thank you so much for the $20 dono. Longtime lurker here. I have enjoyed your content for years and I love the streams. That's awesome. It's good to have folks who carried over from before when I did, like, actual videos where I would sit down and, like, record on purpose. And then now I'm, like, doing this live stream thing and it's all very different. So, excellent. Thank you so much for being a fan, and thank you so much for the dono. Y'all, my XX chromosome chin is incredible, by the way. It puts Matt's to shame. You've got like a nice jawline for sure. There's like some shape to it. He dyes his hair and beard. If you see any of his old photos, you can see his natural hair is a much lighter brown. He's got a fucking face merkin. Oh, it's so funny when they're insecure about their hair turning white. I'm like, my hair started to turn white, and I'm literally like, I stopped dyeing my hair so that you will be able to see it when it starts coming in. There's like a few along here right now. Mostly they're on the side, so you can't really see them very well because I shave them. But I literally stopped dyeing my hair in order so that my hair would be like turning white and you'd be able to see it because it looks fucking cool. Oh my god, true! In League with Satan, that's the other thing to respond to Matt Walsh with. Like, what is a chair? In response to him asking, what is a woman? I want to be like, what is a chair? Because that's the ultimate. It's the ultimate. There's literally beard and hair dye for men that is meant to let you age gracefully. Yeah, he has to dye it completely black, though. Can you imagine dyeing your beard? That seems like, I don't want that kind of chemical dye on my face, dude. My hair started turning white at 25. Same, Rodsoy. That's when it started happening to me, was age 25-ish. They make a special brush for it. Is it like so it doesn't get in your skin? What is a chair? Used just for men, it's actually not bad at all. Okay, so maybe they make beard dye especially for facial hair that doesn't hurt you as much. Is face and scalp really that much of a difference? I think the face skin is a little bit more sensitive, isn't it? What is a hot dog? Is it a sandwich? Personal opinion, hot dog is a sandwich. Yeah, Mushroom Ocean says, isn't him dyeing his hair a rejection of what God intended for his hair? I wonder if he takes Viagra, too. Is he like in his 40s? How old is Matt Walsh? If he's going to make uncomfortable comments about trans people's bodies, then I am going to make uncomfortable references to the fact that he's 36 years old and is probably starting to have the issues with his dick getting hard. So, hot dogs are tacos. Counterpoint, a taco is a sandwich. A taco is a sandwich. A burrito is a sandwich. Every TradCon takes Viagra. I know. Is a Pop-Tart a sandwich? Is it a Hot Pocket? A Pop-Tart is a ravioli. A Pop-Tart is a ravioli. A sushi roll is a sandwich. Incorrect. A sushi roll is not a sandwich. Tacos are probably older than sandwiches. Yeah, okay, well, if you, like, that's not the point. Like, a sandwich has to do with the way that it's constructed and the means of delivery to your face. What's the difference between a sandwich and a dumpling? A dumpling is a ravioli and not a sandwich. Not everything can be a sandwich. I'm discriminating against some things being sandwiches. A Pop-Tart is a ravioli and not a sandwich. A taco is a sandwich. Yeah, Pop-Tarts are raviolis. Listen. It has 4 legs, a back, and is often used to sit upon, so a horse must be a sandwich. You got me. Sandwich requires a grain-based container. Nori is not a grain. Does a sandwich require a grain-based container? Yeah, it kind of does. What? Are you talking about nori, the seaweed? But also, you don't eat okay, so the purpose of a sandwich is that you put some stuff inside of a bread and then you eat it with one hand. Like, oh, that's awesome, Trans Cat Dad. Yeah, I enjoyed our conversation for sure. I definitely, like, it's one thing to talk about the news and it's just me screaming at my computer. It's another thing to be able to, like, commiserate with another trans person about it, like, in real time. It's very nice. What about iceberg sandwiches? And, like, a lettuce wrap sandwich. Okay, a lettuce wrap sandwich is not a sandwich. That's a wrap. A wrap is not a sandwich. Lettuce wrap is not. Okay, I would really love... I don't want to tell you, like, it's like, I kind of wish that I hadn't told you what my personal definition of a sandwich is. And if I just told you, like, here's the things that both are and are not sandwiches, and then just let you figure out what the common denominators are. Yeah. Lettuce wrap is a maki. I'm not familiar with the term maki. Is lettuce wrap a dumpling? No, lettuce wrap is a wrap. A dumpling is a ravioli. Actually, are dumplings do dumplings usually have a sauce inside, or do dumplings usually have, like, Lux versus Aaron Hansen fighting over what is a sandwich? We're gonna throw down. I don't remember what Aaron said about sandwiches. I don't really watch Game Grumps that actively anymore. Is a bagel with schmear a sandwich? Is a cheese sandwich a sandwich? Like, if you just take 2 pieces of bread and put a single piece of cheese in the middle, does that count as a sandwich? I think that typically there's an implication that there is more than one ingredient. A grilled cheese is a sandwich. Okay. Yeah, so definitely a bagel with schmear is a sandwich. But only if it's, like, smushed. Otherwise, it's an open-faced sandwich. Yeah, exactly. Open-faced sandwich. Yeah, Luxander, the Oracle of Delphi, but only tells you if something is or isn't a sandwich. Is bread an ingredient or butter? Well, so the bread has to contain, like, the grain product has to contain within its limits some number of ingredients. So it's like, is a Yeah, a sandwich that's just cheese on it, is that a sandwich or does it need to be butter and grilled? Like, no, I think it's a sandwich even if there's just one piece of cheese in there. A bread sandwich. Mochi is sandwich? Oh. Are tamales sandwiches? No, for sure tamales are not sandwiches. Well, I don't know. Do you usually eat tamales with your hands? Do you eat it with your hands or is it only with your fork? Like, I always kind of thought that tamales were for your fork. Welcome to the website, Jason. Hello. Is an omelet a sandwich? Definitely not. Pizza is an open-faced sandwich. You could hold the corn husk. That's true. I think that that's not a sandwich. A tamale, I think it is not a sandwich. You can eat anything with your hands, but that doesn't make it a sandwich. I love how this conversation is stupid and doesn't fucking matter at all, but I will literally just like I will literally just stay on this. I'm not going to, but I am capable of staying on the subject of what is a sandwich for an indeterminate period of time. There's so much news. Oh, there's so much news left to talk about. There's no way. There's no way we're gonna get to do all of it today. There's no way. If a tamale isn't a sandwich, then what is it? It's a ravioli. No news, only sandwich. Pizza is a sandwich. Folding the slice is popular. That doesn't make it a sandwich. It's an open-faced sandwich, maybe. My hair is very long. Let's do it this way today. Oh, gosh. Cube rule. Pizza is a toast. Pizza is toast. Toast is an open-faced sandwich. Toast is just an open-faced sandwich. Click the link. Oh, no. The cube rule? Oh, no. Oh, no. What is this? The cube rule of food identification. First, we asked our hot dog sandwiches. Classic sandwiches, a grilled cheese, a Reuben, a PBJ, a hot dog. Is it a sandwich? The New York said yes. I love how this is paced out. I love how this is like, you know, it's feeding it to you in this particular way. I love this a lot. Sandwiches are generally subject to sales tax. This bulletin explains what is considered a sandwich for sales tax purposes. For sales tax purposes in New York, hot dogs and sausages on buns and rolls are considered sandwiches. I want to make sure I have this right. Curry isn't a sandwich. If you pour it over rice, that's not a sandwich. But if you pick up some of it with some naan, now it's a sandwich. Basically, I mean, generally, like, we're kind of referring to regular constructs. So if it was a regular thing in a curry dish where you are supposed to eat it with the bread like that, I would say that that is certainly a type of sandwich. I love that this has to do with taxes. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so then, okay, listen, the sandwich discourse is played out. We need to have a new discussion. Pop-Tarts are a kind of ravioli. See? People agree with me. Many people are saying the wars began. Excuse me, ravioli are a kind of Pop-Tart. Incorrect. Wrong direction. The sandwich alignment chart tried to bring order. Sandwich alignment chart. Okay, so we have like structure purist, as in a sandwich must have a classic sandwich shape of 2 pieces of bread with toppings in between. Ingredient purist must have classic sandwich toppings such as meat, cheese, lettuce, condiments, etc. And then like scaling all the way down to a structure rebel can contain any food enveloped in any way by a containing food, such as a chicken wrap is a sandwich. And then like ingredient rebel can contain literally any food products sandwiched together. I think that I am, where am I on this chart? A burrito is a sandwich. Okay, so let me see how many of these statements I agree with. A BLT is a sandwich. Yes. A chip buddy is a sandwich. Yes. Ice cream between waffles is a sandwich. Yes. A sub is a sandwich. Yes. A hot dog is a sandwich. Yes. An ice cream taco is a sandwich. Yeah, for sure. A chicken wrap is a sandwich. No, disagree. A chicken wrap is not a sandwich. Well, no. It's not that chicken wrap is not a sandwich. A lettuce wrap is not a sandwich. So a chicken wrap is a sandwich. True. Structural rebel, ingredient neutral. A burrito is a sandwich. True. Radical sandwich anarchy. A Pop-Tart is a sandwich. See, I haven't quite gotten that far. I have not quite gotten that far. A Pop-Tart is a ravioli. But I'm on most of these. Only chaos ensued. Oh no. And then spake the holy prophet at phosphatide. Are you unsatisfied with current debates regarding what is or is not a sandwich? You should try using the cube rule for identifying what you're eating. Blessing us with the grand unified theory of food identification only. The cube rule. For identifying dishes based on starch locations. Oh, it's a cube. Okay. So this is toast. A bread on top and a bread on the bottom is a sandwich. A taco is a sandwich. Disagree. Sushi. Yeah, but sushi is a different thing because you eat it with a utensil. Eddie in the YouTube chat says, your definition falls apart when you consider that I, an autistic disaster, eat sandwiches with a fork. All the ingredients must be eaten one at a time. Oh no. Toaster strudel is a ravioli. How many times do I have to say this? Soup/salad with a bread bowl. That's a different thing. A calzone. Oh, it's a different thing. Okay, hold on. Identify any food purely by the location of the structural starch. Like toast is on bottom. That's just an open-faced sandwich. Toast, popular examples. No, these are all open-faced sandwiches. Guys, get it together, okay? These are open-faced. Okay. Sandwich. Okay, yeah. All of these things. Why is this toast? Is it like 3 pieces of bread toast equals sandwich? I guess. Can you put bread? Is this just a bread sandwich? I think this is just a bread sandwich. Halfling Rogue asks, what about gluten-free breads? If those breads count as the bread on a sandwich, the lettuce wraps are also viable, so lettuce wraps are sandwiches. Gluten-free breads still have grain in them. It's not like grain-free, it's just gluten-free. It's a toast sandwich. Poverty from World War II, I think. Oh, the middle slice is toasted. See, I would have done it the other way around. I would have toasted the 2 outside pieces of bread, and then the inside piece of bread would have been stodgy. What about the double down sandwich from KFC? I'm not familiar with the double down sandwich from KFC. It's a lot of starch. True. Google it. I gotta Google. Okay, hold on. Let me Google it. The double down sandwich, KFC. Oh no. No, that's not a sandwich. No, that's an abomination. To be clear. A cannoli is a sandwich? Yes. A cannoli is a sandwich. Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah, That's a heart attack, right? Oh my god, that's insane. Okay, let's go back to the cube. Quesadilla, non-folded. Okay, a quesadilla is for sure a sandwich, obviously. A Victoria sponge cake. Yeah, I guess so. Nope, taco is a sandwich. Disagree. Taco is a sandwich. How is a slice of pie? Okay, a slice of pie is taco on its side. I see how that works. Sushi is sushi. That's a separate thing. Pigs in a blanket, I could see that. Yeah, enchilada, falafel. Yeah, those are all sushi. I can agree with that. Sushi is not a sandwich. Is a pie a sandwich? Yes. No. A pie is not a sandwich. Okay, let me take that back. I'm gonna take this slice. No, not this. The Victoria sponge cake, not a sandwich. You're intended to eat it with a fork. Quiche. Quiche. Cheesecake? That's an open-faced sandwich. Soup in a bread bowl? That is an open-faced sandwich. Deep dish pizza? Also an open-faced. These are all open-faced sandwiches. Calzone? Calzone is a ravioli. If calzones and ravioli are the same thing, then sure. Yeah, those are both the same thing. I eat my sandwiches with a fork. It's about how you're intended to eat it. It's not about how you actually eat it. Like, your intention is part of it. Words mean nothing. Exactly, Olivia. Words mean nothing. If pig in a blanket is sushi, then cannoli is sushi. But cannoli you eat with your hand. Pig in a blanket, do you eat pigs in a blanket with your hand? I don't know, I guess it kind of depends, huh? Oh my god, I'm so hungry. Yeah, I did define sandwich by using your hands. That's a big part of the definition of a sandwich. Bruh, you're an open-faced liar! I love how heated people can get about this. Oh yeah, pigs in a blanket are usually small enough to be bite-sized. Something being bite-sized makes it no longer a sandwich. Is corn dog ravioli? Yes, corn dog is ravioli. Okay, but if you say we're getting sushi and then you take me to a place where we're getting enchiladas, then I do not like you. Enchiladas are so yummy. Am I weird for thinking only sushi is sushi? This is why we can't have left unity. Oh my god, I will literally just go off on a stupid tangent for 20 minutes. Ugh. You defined bread bowls as sandwiches, but you don't eat them with your hands. Checkmate, Luxander, aka the Matt Walsh of the sandwich world. Oh, true. True. You know, that was wrong of me. I guess, well, by the time, well... Yeah, no, you're right. Bread bowl is not a sandwich. It's not even an open... Well, open-faced sandwiches, you often eat open-faced sandwiches with a fork. Like, an open-faced sandwich is unique to sandwiches in that you can eat it with a fork or in your hands. I will actually fight you. Did you just call a soup bread bowl a sandwich? No, I revised. It's an open-faced sandwich. A cheesecake is an open-faced sandwich. Pumpkin pie is an open-faced sandwich. Because you can eat open-faced sandwiches with a fork. That's different. It's not open-faced sandwiches are also not sandwiches. Like, to be clear, an open-faced sandwich is a completely separate thing to a sandwich. Are nerds rice? Is pickle jar a tasty beverage? I can't stand y'all. Are you really asking a trans community if pickle jar is a tasty beverage? Hold on. Of course pickle jar is a tasty beverage. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Is pickle jar a tasty beverage? It's such a it's the most delicious beverage. I'm not gonna chug because I want my pickles to continue to have liquid in them. But no, yeah. Pickle is a delicious beverage. It's so yummy. It's the good. Clausen, if you want to sponsor me... The jar is the forbidden liquid. Lux, let's start a myth that this is Midwestern behavior. Drinking pickle juice directly out of the jar? I mean, is it not? Is it Midwest behavior? Jimmy Snow would be in pain. I know, Jimmy doesn't eat pickles. I watched that video where he ate a pickle and then immediately threw it up. It was very funny. I know. I'm not beating the trans femme allegations. Yeah, I don't really get perceived as a trans woman in public. It's more like online when people are like, I literally can't tell where you started or where you came from. Actually, what's really funny is like the more feminine I dress, the more people are like, you're a man. You'll never be a real woman. And I'm like, lol. I see your pickle juice and I raised you canned pineapple juice. I actually just ate pineapples last night. I ate pineapples last night. I knew a McDonald's manager who used to just drink the pickle juice, not the pickles. I will usually eat a pickle out of here. Yummy. Delicious. Did you eat them before they started to eat you? I tried. I certainly did my best. I didn't end up finishing them either. That feel when you're trans mask, but you have pots. I have pots. Our bread and butter pickles sandwiches. Bread and butter pickles aren't even pickles. That's not my actual position. I just really don't like bread and butter pickles. I've seen people make alcoholic drinks out of pickle juice. Yeah, I mean, you can basically make a dirty martini with pickle juice instead. It's pretty much yummy. Picklebacks. Is that the drink that you guys are talking about? There was that one dumb argument you and I had with the trans femme separatists on Twitter, and they couldn't tell your AGAB, and it was making one of them start the flail as all her TMA/TME arguments fell apart. I can't even remember what the particular conversation was, but it is so funny when people like try to accuse me of being trans misogyny exempt, and I'm like, literally, like, I have to reduce the instances of interactions with police because I present relatively femme at this point in my transition, and it says male on my license. I literally was just thinking about this a couple days ago. Like, I was like, do I need to like legally detransition? Because I haven't changed my birth certificate. Like, I don't want my birth certificate to say male, so it just has female on my birth certificate. Kansas does not let you put anything other than male or female on your birth certificate. I haven't changed my name on my birth certificate either, because when I got my name changed, I got my name changed completely, first, middle, and last, because I did it when I got married. So if I changed my birth certificate to like Luxander, I would want to keep my original last name, but my marriage license doesn't say Luxander and here's your last name changed. My marriage license says here's your birth name. So I would actually potentially be increasing the number of documents that I need to keep on me in order to have like my identity be consistent. As it is right now, I just have my birth certificate, which says my birth name, my marriage license, which is like basically the same as the court order name change, and then my current ID, which says Luxander. And like, I've been wondering lately, since I'm probably not going to be updating those things on my birth certificate, like I still don't really want to update those things on my birth certificate. But with my daily safety and like the idea that someone would see my ID and think that I'm a trans woman and, you know, potentially put me in jail with men, like, you know, technically that would be correct according to my ID. And I did change my gender to male on purpose because I used to present a lot more masculine when I was on like a high dose of testosterone, and I wanted to be safer. And I thought that I would be less safe if my ID said female. And now I'm literally like, should I try to change my ID back to female just in case? Like, I don't know. And that's like completely beside the point of the question of whether, if there were an option for X on my driver's license, would I want that? Yeah, exactly. I hope I'd get put in a women's prison. I would not be safe in a men's prison. And like, I could even be like, listen, here's like, let me pull down my pants and show you the pussy that I was born with. And they would probably still punish me. I guess I could claim, if someone sees my ID and sees that it's male and is like, I could lie and say that I detransed. Like, I could say, oh, I changed it a few years ago when I got caught up in the transgender ideology, but now I realize that that's wrong and I just haven't changed it back yet. Like, I guess just slap the guard at the jail so you get solitary. I don't think anybody is safe in a men's prison. People are generally not safe in prison. Them's fighting words, Lux. Bread and butter pickles are the second best pickle after spicy bread and butter. I haven't tried them in a long time, so I will admit, maybe I would like bread and butter pickles. Maybe, but probably not. But maybe, but probably not. A baby refusing to sleep is a baby resisting arrest. True. A lot of LGBT people are put in solitary confinement for their own safety. I've heard that. Is it a lie if you don't associate with the M marker, like you detransed away from the M to an X, right? I don't really have any qualms with lying, to be clear. Like, it doesn't really... I will lie outright to people if it keeps me safe. Like, I grew up with an abusive mother. Like, is there any question of whether I will lie in order to protect myself? Zero. I will lie. Here's the thing. Not only will I lie, I will add extraneous details in order to be extra convincing. Like, I just have no qualms with lying. Solitary to a social species is torture, but like deeply in your instinct torture. I kind of am alone like a lot of the time. And I'm not saying that it's healthy per se, but I think I prefer being alone. Don't add too many details, that's a red flag. I'm not saying add like a lot of details. I'm just like, I'll create a convincing story by giving like details that people don't necessarily care about, but make it a little bit more believable, you know? With the trans misogyny exempt thing, it's not even what Julia Serrano intended. Like, Julia Serrano is very cautious in her terminology, and she doesn't even limit trans misogyny to just trans women because she recognizes drag queens in her glossary of terms as part of the trans experience. I've had a few exchanges with her on Twitter too, and she recognizes there's gaps in theory when it comes to NBs. Yeah, I'm sure that I have been subject to trans misogyny before. And this is, I remember this being a discussion like male privilege versus misogyny. Like, trans men are obviously subject to misogyny before we come out. And even after we come out, there's like misogyny plus transphobia, which is what, that's what trans misandry is, or trans androphobia, whichever way you want to put it. And like, it depends, I think, on which trans woman you're talking about, whether they really were a beneficiary of male privilege or not. Like Bruce Jenner, Caitlyn Jenner, I'm sure that there's no question that like being Bruce Jenner for so many years was a type of male privilege, right? Which is not to say that there isn't also like the negative socialization aspects of being raised male. Like, if you deviate from maleness, then you get punished. Some trans girls have that experience more than others. So like, I guess that's a little bit more questionable. I don't think it's ever questionable whether a trans man experienced misogyny, because the answer is yes, they did. For trans women, experiencing male privilege may or may not have been the case. But then, yeah, that leads into the whole like who's trans misogyny exempt question. It's like the same type of thing where it's like, well, you can't be subject to trans misogyny because you're not a trans woman. And it's like, well, if someone thinks that I'm a trans woman and they call me a tranny and they start doing a hate crime on me and they put me in the men's prison because they want me to be raped because they think I'm a trans woman, like, that's not trans misogyny exempt. Yeah, exactly. Trans men dealing with misogyny. There are systemic and interpersonal types of misogyny, and then we are going to be affected by the social and legal consequences of having gynecological needs, for sure. I was thinking about the possibility of like looking into the histo because I'm back on the pills. Yay. I got my IUD out and I'm back on the pills, but this increases my chance for a blood clot. So I don't really want to be on these. And like the Nexplanon costs like $1,300 to get a little implant in your arm, birth control. So I was thinking about the possibility of getting a hysterectomy, but I think before I really start to move in on that, I might just try to figure out if my long-term partner will get the vasectomy. But I mean, that's going to kind of depend on a lot of other conversations, you know? Because I would really rather just not be on birth control, but I'm also not really ready to make the commitment to not, to like having that huge surgery and going under general anesthesia and having like an entire organ removed from my body. I'm a huge proponent of NuvaRing for transmasc people. Oh, I haven't really looked into NuvaRing. What is that? It's used in a 4-week cycle, so you put one in every month up to 5 weeks. Interesting. I wonder how much this costs. Because I wanted to get on Nexplanon since that's like you just put it in your arm and it's there for 3 years. Do you have state-issued health care? Nope. I live in Kansas, and Medicaid is not expanded in Kansas. So because of the fact that I haven't been officially declared to be disabled, like my individual disabilities are not good enough on their own. I'm not interested really in submitting myself to that kind of query from the state anyway. But yeah, because I don't have an official disability, I can't get healthcare. What are you doing in Kansas? I was born here, and it's really cheap to live here. Like I was born here. I've lived with my partner here for like 13 years. I had Nexplanon, no idea. I had no idea it was that expensive. Yeah, I mean, because it's free if you have insurance, but if you pay out of pocket, it's like over $1,000. And that's just for the piece of plastic. That's not including the fact that you have to pay someone to insert it. Yeah, Lamau, just be born somewhere better. You doing low-dose aspirin? It also helps treat atrophy and has low systemic E absorption. Yeah, I have the tab open, so I might look into NuvaRing, but I don't know, like, I guess TMI moment, but I haven't even had sex in the last month, so histo recovery was pretty tough, not gonna lie. Like, if I don't have to get a hysterectomy, I don't really want one. Like, I don't want to have to go under, and I'm not ready to like have this huge permanent change done to my body. I do a daily low-dose aspirin to reduce blood clotting from E. Oh, okay. Is it safe for you to take aspirin like that? Like, I guess I kind of thought that much like ibuprofen, you didn't want to take aspirin all the time, but I don't know a lot about it. I'm on an estradiol tablet that is a weekly vaginal suppository so that I don't have it systemically while on T. Baby aspirin daily is fine for a lot of people. I mean, if blood clots are going to be more and more and more common because of COVID, then it might be good to take it for a lot of people, potentially. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. But it's only just recently that I've been like, wow, I really need to start figuring out what I'm doing longer term. And like, if my partner and I do end up staying in a long-term relationship, I'll probably be like, yo, are you thinking about the vasectomy thing? Because I'm really fucking tired of increasing my risk of ectopic pregnancy and blood clots by having to take these pills and stuff, you know? Like maybe say, thank you, Luxander, for preventing pregnancy from being a complication in our relationship for the past 14 years. The Nuva just sounds like a huge pain in the fucking ass. Like, it just sounds like a pain. More often than I want to deal with that kind of bullshit. Any hoozle. Non-Nuva is so easy and great. Yeah, it's a matter of cost then. Because like, whatever it is, it has to be on, like, a sliding scale for me. You're not supposed to put it in your ass. Yeah, I know. You can leave it in there for 4 to 5 weeks. For an ADHD person, like, something having to be done with monthly regularity, it's like, I'll do it, and then it'll be 3 weeks or 4 weeks, and then I'll have to do it again, and I'll be like, this shit again. Oh my God. Ugh. Like, having to do something once a month is just so annoying. Also suppresses periods. Yeah, I mean, I'll consider it for sure. But, I mean, for now, I'm just taking the pill every day, and that's fine. Did you do the Marjorie Taylor Greene bit, wondering what she said exactly? I have not yet done that. AMAB people who don't want kids should absolutely get a vasectomy. It's so much healthier for your AFAB partners to do that for them. And I don't want to be... I always want to say, when this discussion comes up, vasectomy is not necessarily reversible. You know, the longer you go between getting the vasectomy and trying to have it reversed, the less likely it is that it will be reversible, you know? So when you're asking men to get a vasectomy, you are asking them to potentially give up their fertility permanently. So don't just say, like, oh, it's so easy for you to get a vasectomy, you can just have it reversed later, because it is not necessarily reversible. And even if, like, they can get it reversed later, insurance is probably not going to cover it in the first place, much less having it reversed later. Now, but you can have sperm directly extracted from the balls so that, you know, you can have a baby after you've had a vasectomy, but only if you can afford. Also, vasectomy doesn't always take, don't forget follow-up appointment. Yeah. Like, if you're the person who can get pregnant and your partner gets a vasectomy, don't just, like, stop taking your pills and start fucking. You know, you have to get the sperm tested. The fact we refuse to develop hormonal birth control for AMAB folks is a damn human rights violation. Cis men should have a right to control their fertility. I don't know if there is a way to do that. I'm not really sure. Also, it's an invasive surgery into a pretty sensitive part of the body. I mean, if it's between me getting a hysterectomy versus my cis male partner getting a vasectomy, like, you know which one is less invasive. But it is still an invasive thing on a sensitive... Yeah, and it costs like $1,000. It's like 100 loads after the procedure to get them all out of there. Really? Do you literally, like, you have to... It would... I don't know, if you're somebody who doesn't masturbate very often, is it like 6 months? Like, how long? Like, oh my God. I was chatting with a cis man friend the other day, and he mentioned that men in the test groups weren't even bothered by the side effects, but were forced to end trials anyway. That's so weird. Excuse me. Blech. Yeah, no, I wasn't trying to come after you, Rotsoy. I just want it to be clear anytime we have a discussion about vasectomy that, like, I because people don't always know that it's not 100% reversible. Typical men would never take a birth control, fear of breaking their dicks. I mean, it's less of a risk for men if men don't take a birth control thing. Like, I take birth control every day. I haven't had sex in more than a month, and I take birth control every day because the risk to my health and my life is so strong, whereas the risk to a man's health for not taking birth control is low. So they would be less likely to be, like, on it, like, take it every day at the same time. You have to. You could die kind of thing. That's, you know. Yeah, you're good. You're good, Rotsoy. I would love a male hormonal birth control. I've looked into it briefly, and it's like 3 months to become fully sterile. I mean, I feel like that's fair. If you know, I think it's faster if you come a bunch. Well, good. You got to watch Mama Dr. Jones' video about male birth control ethics. I've seen her videos before, I think. Mama Dr. Jones, I believe I've seen her videos, but I haven't gone in depth. Call me Flash then. Smuggy.
Hey y'all, welcome back.
I love this little warning thing. I mean, not warning, in this case, from a licensed doctor. She is a licensed doctor. Male birth control is a hot topic. Responding to Johnny Harris' recent rundown of birth control pills for men. Before I transitioned, my partner asked me to get a vasectomy and did not even complain. And I did not even complain, as I knew what her other option would be. I mean, you can do a vasectomy like sitting in a room talking to the doctor while he's doing it to you. I've witnessed it. If anybody else hasn't seen it, like, if you haven't already seen Good Mythical Morning episode where they get vasectomies together, like, they got they called it a brosectomy. We got vasectomies
We got
together.
a bro.
Like, they literally, like, here's Rhett in the middle of getting a vasectomy done to him, and, like, he's just, like, on anxiety meds, and the procedure is currently occurring, and he sat there with cameras talking to the doctor, talking to Link, like, but where if I got a hysterectomy, that's going under general anesthesia and having an entire organ removed from my body. Like, just the simple fact of going under general anesthesia carries a risk of your heart just like stopping beating, you know? So yeah, I mean, that's obviously a concern for someone who already has a heart condition. Just chilling with the boys. Yeah, exactly. This is a really great video, by the way. Like, I think it's really good and destigmatizing, and they both got their vasectomies on the same day. My histo exacerbated my fatigue for several months. Yeah, and there's like post-anesthesia complications. Anesthesia can cause you to have depression symptoms for for like 6 months after. Later, Slaps Hungry Bears. Good night. Waking up from anesthesia was one of the most disconcerting things I've ever experienced. I would love to avoid that if at all possible. I'm also really freaked out about the idea of being like so drugged up that I don't know what I'm saying. Like the idea that I might like say something and not remember it later. Like, I've never had a major surgery. You know, I've never had not even my wisdom teeth taken out, which I do probably need to have done in the next couple years. But one of my partners got a vasectomy, and they had to put a cold ice pack on their groin for a few days after, and then after that it was all fine. They felt so much better after it too, because it was such a relief to not have that fear of unplanned pregnancy. Like, imagine being able to just have sex and not worry about it. Lux confessing radical crimes to the anesthesiologist. Yeah, it's more like if I had a person who I knew there and I like said something weird to them, it would, I don't know, I just feel like I would say something and it would be embarrassing. I don't know. If you're a cis guy and you aren't a chauvinist pig, hormonal male birth control would be such a benefit if you have an AFAB partner or partners, because it means you can control your own fertility. One form of domestic abuse committed against men is reproductive coercion, where a partner can entrap them into a relationship by violating the man's control of his own fertility and impregnating herself, even with semen in discarded condoms. That's true. You could potentially protect yourself from all kinds of abuse. Depending on the kind of procedure, it's what happens after you wake up that you need to worry about. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, like, it's like waking up from the procedure that weirds me out. I would basically not want... I don't know. I feel like I would only want the nursing staff around. Like, I don't want my family around if I'm coming out of anesthesia. That would be weird. A few states made it illegal to divorce a pregnant person. Yeah, well, there's also some states where I've seen them try to make it illegal for a pregnant person to get a divorce. Which rapper was it that made a habit of pouring hot sauce in his used condoms? Oh, God. When I went under for an orbital bone surgery, I immediately woke up and literally jumped out of bed. Ugh. The fact that we only have temporary options for cis women, but not for cis men, just leaves open so many routes for domestic violence. And the fact that these things aren't universal rights leads to many types of violence. Yeah. I kind of was under the impression that the conditions for oh God, my brain just completely flunked out of the class for a moment there. Oh, well, yeah, that's true. Before women could file for a no-fault divorce, a lot of married men died mysteriously. Does sperm even survive outside the body long enough to use a condom like that? Yeah, I mean, it's in a goo that's meant to keep it alive, right? Like, the goo is meant to keep the sperm alive. So if it's, like, in a condom where it's kind of away from the air, I mean, it can live inside your body for, like, 7 to 10 days. Like, you can have sex on Sunday and then ovulate on Wednesday and get pregnant on Thursday, even though you had sex, like, 5 days ago, you know? And the uterus is like a hostile environment to sperm. Like, it has like a high acidity. So it like, that's the whole point of all the other stuff in cum is like it protects the sperm. The temperature outside the body is often going to be... I'm not saying that it would last very long, but that it apparently is like a thing that happens. Maybe she just uses the sperm from the condom the same night type of thing. It was Drake because a woman tried to blast him for it. She didn't look at it when she tried to shove the milkshake up inside her. Oh no, like some lady tried to get pregnant off of Drake's condom cum and he put hot sauce inside of it. Oh my God, that's terrifying. From Google, sperm ejaculated into condoms can survive for a few hours, whereas sperm on fabric or skin will only survive for a few minutes. Smuggy moment. Does anybody else feel like the idea of cum is like really sexy until it's out in the world? And then there's like a rapid shift. And I don't just mean if you're the person who came and like you're dealing with the post-nut clarity. I mean like if I'm like, yes, I want you to come on my face or something, and then the cum is on my face, that's only sexy for about 15 seconds. And then here's the difference. When it starts to cool off. Thank you, Gay Fesh. It's the moment that it starts to cool off. It's like, nope. So you have to clean it up before it starts to cool off. I know I've had this conversation before. It's like, listen, there's like through lines. It's going to come up periodically. We got to talk about cum every once in a while. When it gets cold, it's slimy, it's gross. That's when the video cuts to the credit. Yes. Bud Light, yes or no? Bud Light's fine. Welcome back, Emma. Perfect time to rejoin the stream. Bud Light's fine. I wouldn't personally go for it. Like, I don't think that that's like the kind of beer that I really want to go for. Oh, the question of is a burger a sandwich? Oh, perfect. Oh my God, thank you. Swallowing also only seems good in the moment. What do you mean? Like, you swallow and then it's gone. Cum burritos, open-faced cum sandwich. I've done something terrible. This is the worst crossover. This information is very novel to me because I don't care where or when the semen is, it's all gross all the time. That's totally fair. Yeah, I like the idea of cum is very sexy to me for a brief moment. And then it's like, you got to get it out of here. You got to clean it up. I need a towel. I need a paper towel. You know? I'm glad that you all enjoy this kind of nonsense. If swallowed, it stays warm. I feel like this is a Vaush stream now. How is this like a Vaush? Tell me. I don't hang out in other streamers. I realized I probably need to do this. I probably need to hang out in more in like other streamers' places more often, because I was in Vaush stream last night and I didn't get nearly as many people saying hello to me as usual. So I'm like, oh, I think for my job and like knowing enough people in the community, I need to hang out in other streamers' chats more often. Vaush streams get real graphic. Okay, yeah, there's a reason why I like him, and that's part of it. Is like there have been times where I've been in the chat and there's just like sex talk happening while he's playing fucking Elden Ring or something. Have you heard about the whole Mr. Beast controversy? I don't really recognize what's going on with Mr. Beast as being a controversy. IMO. Like, in my humble opinion, I don't think that what's happening with Mr. Beast is in any way controversial. Like, his friend is trans, and he supports his friend, and people are mad about that for some reason. Like, jizz is like jazz. It's about the ropes you don't launch. No. The word cum gets spammed a lot. Yeah, just cum spam. When you're shooting ropes, that's cum spam. Oh my god. This video is definitely going to get demonetized. Honestly, the only thing I've ever heard Vaush say about sex and sexual experiences that was in any way remotely appealing was that he talked about how it's hot to shower together before sex. That actually sounds pleasant, just without the sex. I haven't had a shower with someone else in like 10 plus years. Do not come. No coming allowed. Yeah, there's all kinds of experiences that are fun. Shower sex is super hot to think about and super awkward to do. I've had shower sex that was hot. It's also like, you know, the water is going to wash away your natural lubrication, and that's not ideal. So, like, if you're going to have sex in the shower, you're going to need to use some silicone-based lube, which means that you cannot use any silicone-based toys. As a tallish person, it's very unsexy when I accidentally run into the shower head. You got to get one of those shower heads that, like, it comes up. It's like you attach it to the thing that comes out of the wall, and then it's on, like, a hinge, and then there's, like, the head of the shower, so you go to, like, and then the shower is, like, you know? Water is thicker than cum. True. Shower sex sounds dangerous. Yeah, I did it when I was a teenager, and I probably wouldn't have sex in a shower now because of the fact that you could fall and die. Also, most showers not catering very well to a multi-person shower. One person gets cold consistently. You gotta have one of these rain shower things where it's just like rain across the entire thing. But then there's nowhere for you to hide. If you're like, okay, I need this part of my body to be out of the water stream so that I can shave my legs and have it not wash away all the soap, you know? Not if you're on the floor. I would not want to shower. I would not want to have sex on the floor of a shower. That sounds awful. And people are saying him not firing his trans friend is a bad career move. Those people are fucking idiots. This is a lot of investment for some awkward banging. Truly, I mean, I'm a bed banger at this point in my life. I'm like, I want to relax. Like, my body hurts. Put me in a soft bed, you know, put on some music, throw on some candles, let me relax into it. Don't make me, like, grip something and, like, have to, like, hold myself up in a weird angle. Like, don't make sex work for me. Bed or sofa. Like, bathtub sex it's just a dangerous thing. Pillow Princess, got it. I just want to have the Pillow Princess treatment occasionally. Every once in a while, okay? Like, listen, TMI moment. The overwhelming majority of my sexual experiences in my life have been like me on top. That's like the overwhelming majority is what, I don't know what is the actual name of the position when you're just like on top. TMI moment, Lux says after about the 20th Smuggy chat moment. Okay, so cowgirl, like, yeah, not reverse cowgirl. Yeah, basically, yeah. The overwhelming majority of sexual experiences that I've had have been in the cowgirl position. And so I just like, I'm just tired of it, you know? Just put suction cups on your back and butt. Yeah, let me just like suction cup myself. The only thing not based out Mr. Beast is that he needs to start monetarily helping the community. I would love, it would be so funny to me if the response to him having a friend come out would be like he starts funding trans people's surgeries, or maybe it would be even funnier if he donated to campaigns of people who are trying to oust Republicans who are anti-trans. I'm tired of being on top all the time, even though it used to be my favorite position. Right. I mean, like, here's the thing about cowgirl is like, yes, it is basically very easy for me to make myself come. But like, that's pretty much the only like redeeming thing about that position for me at this point. Mr. Beast's next video. I bought 1,000 people vaginas. True. Please. We would all support him. I would become a member of his Antifa army. There's a lot of people in chat who are tired of topping. Like, I'm just tired, y'all. I just wanna relax. That's a pretty good reason to do it, though. Yeah, but it means, like, okay, so here's the thing. I sometimes think, like, if you're having the kind of sex where you're basically making sure your own orgasm happens, like, that's not necessarily as satisfying as, like, your partner having to contribute and make it happen for you. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's like, oh, okay, well, I figured out how to make myself come. That means that you don't have to really do any work, you know? Power bottoming is a struggle. Good grief. I don't even know that I have a lot to even add about Marjorie Taylor Greene. Like, oh my God, there's just so much today. There's just so much. I think another thing about being ace is that literally orgasm itself is overrated. I've pulled it off. I felt like absolute shit afterwards. My body is not built for this. It's not fun. It can be tough to, I mean, you actually do have to put physical effort into it. Like, you have to, like, sometimes you have to create tension in your body in order to make an orgasm happen. True class consciousness is when you lay sideways during sex. Share the labor equally. Does anybody think it's easy to come in that position? I don't, personally. I don't personally think that it's very easy to come if you're both side by side. I just feel like it's been a number of hours and I should figure out what news we're supposed to be talking about. We haven't gotten very many donos today compared to other times lately, and I'm just like, oh my God, should I be more serious today? I don't really want to. The lazy dog. Yeah, the lazy dog, side by side. There's no... Like, you think side by side sex is gonna be easy because you're laying down, but... Nah, let's just talk about sandwiches and cum. The world is a vampire. I really did think about titling the stream today, like, interview with a tranpire, but that has nothing to do with Trans Cat Dad's channel. I just thought that it was a funny title. Excuse me. See, exactly, Icarus. The friction makes it difficult. We're not in a physics problem. Like how, like you're trying to like move your hips back and forth, but like this part of your hips is like smushed against the bed. So you're like, and you're like the friction is holding your hips. It's dumb. 69, just truly the most equal way to share labor. I don't think that that's... One person is still, like, chilled and relaxed. It's best if you have a really soft bed. Yo, I mean, I really hope that I make enough money this year and I get my credit together enough, like, to buy a bed. It's gonna be so tough, like... I think I have to run the GoFundMe in order to pay off my taxes, because otherwise I'm not going to be able to save up any money for next year. Like, I'm not going to be able to buy a bed, and I need to buy a bed so that my bed that I'm currently using can be passed to one of my siblings. Like, ugh. But I'm really excited about having like a nice, super soft bed. I heard on a podcast somewhere about sides instead of tops and bottoms becoming more popular amongst the gays, and one reason was let the gays eat, which I agree with. Okay, that was funny. I've seen, I saw a toy. Hold on. I don't know if this is gonna work. I don't know if this is gonna work. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it. But I saw a toy once that was basically like, it was basically a fleshlight, but it was a fleshlight with like 2 dick holes, so that you could, so that for if you're not a top or a bottom, you want to have gay sex, but you aren't really interested in doing any of the anal stuff, then you could just like put this fleshlight in between you and like fuck the fleshlight. Both of you can, and like still be face to face and stuff. I love eating the 2 Luxander approved foods, sandwiches and cum. True. Cum is the only thing that we're allowed to eat. Sex on a waterbed does not sound fun to me. Frauding toy? Would you call it a frauding toy? What's the Safe Word just put out a video that had one of those in it from their sponsor. That's awesome. I love AMP. AMP is really cool. We've talked on Twitter a couple times. The future gay leftist want. I'm a gay leftist, by the way. I actually really like anal rip. So, I've realized recently that anal is amazing, except that, like, when you get to the girth of like an actual human penis, I'm like, this is so much work. Like, anal is great as long as you're using like a relatively small toy. You're getting the maximum of like sensation out of that. But when it comes to actually being a bottom, it's like, wow, this is work now. It's like I have to like now get to the point where this painful thing feels good. And so like when I would fail so miserably if I was a like assigned male at birth and I was a bottom, like I don't think I would want to. Yeah, small dicks for anal, exactly. I have a prostate. Okay, and do you think anal sex doesn't feel good if you don't have a prostate? Like, I'm like, it's like you can use something small and still hit that angle, you know? Butt plug, true. It's the only pro state I have, and I'm using it. Is there... I guess I want to know what toy it was that What's the Safe Word covered. I want to know... Nope. Shush, 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 shush. Be quiet. Oh, I don't know which video it would be. Oh, is that what this is? Reacting to
love
kinky
YouTube.
TikToks. Okay, silence. Silence. I want to see the toys. Let me see the toys. Is it at the end of the video? Sponsor spot? No? Where is it? Rip in pieces. I'm not going to find what I'm looking for. Yeah, so-called anarchists when you hit their pro state. Getting rammed into the mattress or floor is fun, but I wish I didn't have to spend a whole hour. There is like the two sides of the coin. If they pop off in less than 5 minutes, that sucks. But if they go for longer than 20 minutes, you're like, okay, can we move on? I don't watch Evie Lupine. I know her. I follow her on... I mean, I don't know her. I follow her on Twitter. I know of her, but I don't watch her regularly. We love a good eargasm. No. I can't tell if the stream is supposed to be getting sponsored by Jimmy John's or Adam and Eve. Oh, no. They start talking about the toy around 3:55. Hold on. Where's my earbud? Amp, we're talking about your video. Deal with it. Okay, it's this. It's this thing.
There's a few different toys. And that's why having toys sometimes that don't have to vibrate is also very
It's
nice.
very useful.
And Love Hunty sent... Love Hunty.
Hi, gay.
And Love Hunty sent us a few different toys for the coming months ahead, but we especially wanted to sponsor and highlight them for Masturbation May.
How much coming?
Oh, well, as much as you want, really. With today's suction-approved jerk-off sleeve.
So it says, shake it up.
Oh, no. I think that's the motion they're wanting you to do on.
But basically, you can get something like that that just has enough room for two dicks to go inside of, and that's how you can be sides instead of tops and bottoms. Yes, the coming months ahead. Oh, gosh. Hunty mama. Hunty mama. I did a vent/research thread on it recently because one doctor called people who clean their ears addicts and compared that to doing drugs. I swear, it's just abstinence-only talk, but about a type of nerve stimulation pleasure that isn't explicitly sexual. They're just against fun. They are very much against fun. They don't like fun. They are fun ruiners. Much like the woke scolds. Fun ruiners. Evie's videos are really good, very profound and well-researched perspective on BDSM, and she is asexual, so she explores non-sexual BDSM. That's really exciting. Yeah, I know that she is an educator, and I appreciate the work that she does. Frankly, y'all, I don't really watch a lot of other content creators at this point. I really, spend a lot of time listening to people do podcasts about Game of Thrones and shitposting about House of the Dragon. They're evil. They're against good things. They're against pleasure and fun. Such a life ruiner. Oh my god. Wow, it's 420. Blaze it. Yeah, and rewatching the Doe RGR debates. I haven't done that since I moved into this new house that I live in. So I haven't watched the Doe RGR debate thing in 5 months. It's so weird that I've lived here for 5 months. That is very weird and strange to me. Is it wrong that I would like Evie more if she had a different voice? I mean, I think I have a pretty annoying voice, so I guess I can see it. You should do that for a Discord night. Rewatch RGR versus Doe on a Discord night. It could be fun. Turn it into a drinking game where it's take one sip of beer every time something ridiculous happens. I feel like you'd enjoy Trixie and Katya's podcast, Bald and the Beautiful. No. If you're talking about drag queens, no, I don't want to listen to drag queens talk about anything in my free time. No, I don't want to do drag queens in my free time. You absolutely do not have an annoying voice. I love listening to you. I mean, it's just my personal opinion. Like, I just personally think that my voice could be kind of annoying. But I could also change my voice and it would be not as annoying. I just refuse to do voice training. I won't do it. Riley Grace Rochong, Andy's Men's, if you're not familiar with her, then, I mean, it's a meme. She's like a meme in the leftist community. She, like, tried to rehabilitate Calvin Guerra's image. What's wrong with drag queens? So I didn't say that anything is wrong with drag queens. I'm not going to listen to drag queens talk about anything in my free time. Like, that's work. Thinking about drag queens and, like, consuming the things that they talk about, that's work for me. Must always wear shoes. Yeah, Riley Grace Rochong basically, like, is, like, you'll see people call her Thought Crimes RGR because she's basically saying, like, one of the arguments that she got into with Vaush was the idea that, like, that you could do a sex crime to someone by thinking about them. And basically Riley's position that she was taking in that debate was that you should tell, like, you can't masturbate to someone without their consent because you're using them in your mind. You've done something sexual to them, and if you didn't get their consent to masturbate while thinking about them, then you've violated their consent ontologically, and you've done them ontological harm. But Vaush was like, imagine asking, like, imagine being like, hey, I'd really like to jerk off while I think about you later. Are you cool with that? Like, imagine asking. That's such an insane thing to do. Mind fucked. True. I think you have massive lawyer brain. It's so classic. That would be really fun to do in chat, in Discord chat sometime. It would be a lot of fun. Oh my goodness. What about sex streams though? Yeah, that's still rape. It's still rape, y'all. Apparently. Excuse me. Yeah, and of course she was a nasty bully to Doe. Like, just, I mean, really, like, I think it was largely RGR and by extension Destiny's community coming after Doe that made Doe stop streaming. Like, Doe hasn't streamed. I think that Doe has been a guest on some streams, but I don't think that Doe has any intention of coming back to being a streamer. Like, it just completely is doing its own thing. I can't imagine being a victim of child sexual abuse and then being called a pedophile over and over again. And to have the person who's spearheading that campaign against you, like, basically just ignoring what she's doing. Doe might come back someday, but right now it's doing a lot of reading and library compiling. Yeah, I mean, like, it's been like a year and a half? Like a year and a half since Doe quit streaming? Like, if it comes back, then that's cool, but I really don't expect it to. Something, ask for forgiveness for imagination sex fantasy rather than permission for imagination sex fantasy. Yeah, the RGR debate was literally its last stream. Like, yeah, I don't think that it has done very much public, being a public figure type shit. Like, is Doe still grandfathered in for being a partner on Twitch, or does it, like, lose that status? Yeah. I mean, I hope that things are going well in the world of Doe. I think so. I think probably things are going well. I mean, once you move from North Carolina to Seattle, that's like, it was North Carolina, wasn't it? That it used to live? That's like a pretty dramatic improvement, moving over into Seattle. So, you know, we can keep our fingers crossed that that's going to be something that we can... DM says Doe is doing great. Yeah, that's awesome. Super good to hear. Wouldn't it be amazing if I made enough money to support several non-working adults living with me? Like, that would be the dream. I debated her too about how it was harmful to platform Calvin, and she was such a bad faith little scum bitch. She used her fucking disabled girlfriend as a shield when I called her out for enabling and ignoring Calvin's IRL dangerous enabling/encouragement of the stalking and harassment of trans-mask wheelchair user Lars, calling him a faker and trans-abled, which threatened his real-life finances and healthcare. Yeah, like, people were really submitting complaints to the state that Lars was faking being disabled and, like, not recognizing that people who use wheelchairs are sometimes able to walk. Like, I think that even the majority of people in wheelchairs are able to walk, and they're just using the wheelchair to make their lives a little bit easier, you know? But yes, I tried to diffuse the conflict between her and, like, Cops Hate Mo. There was some conflict there. I feel like it's better that it didn't blow up into something bigger than it did, but I still, like, I feel like I tried to run defense for her a little bit longer than I should have. Okay, but honestly, I don't know if I can consent to my own thoughts. Yeah, imagine having invasive thoughts. It's like, I just sometimes imagine, like, people dying, or, like, doing something violent, or, like, a car crash happening in front of my eyes. And, like, I don't really mean to be thinking of those things. I can be thinking about something and being actively like, I don't want to think about this. I don't want to think about this. Can we please move on? And my brain will get stuck on it. And it's like, I don't consent to this. Yeah, invasive thoughts are no good. That's what it is when you are sitting in your bed trying to fall asleep and you're remembering embarrassing things that happened 8 years ago. Invasive thoughts. Yummy. RGR ended the convo with me because she read one of my tweets where she mistakenly thought I called her a bitch when I was calling cis transphobes bitches, which confirms how fucking fragile a cunt she is. I mean, it sounds like she understands that she has some of the same opinions as cis transphobes. And that's why she thought that you were talking about her. Suing my headmates for switching while my shows are on. Now I just call her a bitch unironically. Yeah. I mean, it's gender affirming, right? To call her a bitch. I mean, maybe you should not have transitioned into a bitch, I guess. Might have been something to avoid. I don't know. Oh, good grief. Possibly Neil, thank you so much for the $10 dono. I really appreciate that. That's super kind of you. Hell yeah, number go up, brr. I love being able to pay my taxes. I make efforts to use bitch for all genders. I'm thinking about switching to dickhead, because dickhead is something that typically is used against men, and it's not homophobic, and I think that if you have a dickhead, it's understood to mean that you're kind of ugly and stupid. And so dickhead, I think, I want to de-genderize dickhead. It tends to only be used against men. Because we have talked recently about bitch being a word that is used both toward men and women, but it's also different for each, you know? But yeah, dickhead, I think, would be good. More fun. I like to come up with fun, destigmatized insults that are still fundamentally about kind of attacking the person. Because, you know, we like to be a little bit vindictive and mean sometimes. Was it Cody Johnston who said at one point, like, everybody needs to be mean sometimes, and you might as well, like, be mean to conservatives. Like, you might as well get it out of your system. I also identify as a bitch. I mean, no, I'm a bitch for sure. I'm a bitch. Anyway. You're either a gamer boy or a gamer girl. Piss baby. Piss baby is a good one. I was talking about people mourning a billionaire filleting him, and my partner at the time was like, that's homophobic. And I was like, I'm queer and you're straight. You don't get to pull that on me. Yeah, you're not allowed. You're not allowed. Scallywag! Oh my god, Scallywag is amazing. Was that a Britney impression? I'm sorry, did Britney Spears do the song, I'm a bitch, I'm a mother, I'm a child, I'm a lover, I'm a sinner, I'm a saint? Excuse you? I didn't think it was. No, that's Meredith Brooks. That was Jimmy Buffett. It's true, it was Jimmy Buffett. Oh my god. Ooh. Little Meredith Brooks deep cut. Yeah, that's some 90s. Is it 90s? How old is that song? Yeah, 1997. Wow. Wow. It was the moment that bitch transitioned into not being a super no-no word. It's not that old. No, yeah, it was released March 25th, 1997. I really want to sing I really want to play like just the first 5 seconds or just like the first 2 seconds of the song. Does it start out? Wait, hold on. What are the lyrics? Okay, no, it's not the very beginning of the song. It's the chorus. I was a junior in high school. Listen, do you want to know how old I was in 1997? I was this many. I simply did not exist. Oh gosh. Ugh. Okay, y'all. We did not talk about nearly enough of the news that I wanted to talk about today. I have so much still. There's literally so much left. There's just like so much to talk about this week. Maybe if nothing happens in between now and Tuesday, I might be able to get through half of these news items on Tuesday. We'll see. But in the meantime, I've been streaming for 4.5 hours and I am hungry. And so I am ready to no speed round. No. I am hungry and I need to eat and you need to eat din or lunch or whatever time of dinner it is. I was in graduate school in 1997. Yeah. I'm a young baby. Go get that cum sandwich. Let's get this bread. All right. You are all degenerates, and I'm glad that we had this time to hang out together. Thank you for chilling. Thank you for your donos. Thank you for your likes. Did we watch Vaush Fan? Yeah, we did. It was a pretty brief part of the video, though. So, I don't really know if that's probably not even going to be a segment on the channel. So, anyway, love y'all. Be good. Lux, you can't stop me from putting a pic of you drinking pickle juice in the thumbnail. Okay, well, I guess I can't argue with that. I got nothing. Yeah, you missed the cum sandwiches, cans, and capybara. All right. You're all great. Be good. And at very minimum, don't get caught. We'll see you next time. Adios.